House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 2nd, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Boss to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kiblin.
Would you pray with me? Almighty God, how good and pleasant it is when people live in unity. And on this day, when many have been in fellowship together at the National Prayer Breakfast, people of different parties and nations have broken bread together. People of different beliefs have shared in faith. We give you thanks for the harmony of their devotion to you and for giving us a glimpse of what is good and pleasant in your eyes. May all of us have the willingness to look for such common ground in our engagements with one another, whether it be over a matter of policy or in a moment of prayer. Reveal yourself to us in the other, that in them we would see again what is good and pleasant in your eyes. Sovereign God, remind us that to strive for unity does not mean to disparage diversity. Rather, you call us to be one in you, for there we will discover the dissonance of our voices will resolve to harmony. How good and pleasant that would be. In your loving name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House approved thereof, and pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of the Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kazar.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to five requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose, gentlemen from Nebraska seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to welcome to Washington the newest member of the Nebraska delegation, U.S. Senator Pete Ricketts. Senator Ricketts has just finished 8 years, very good years, as governor of Nebraska. During that time, he steered the state through challenges, including a dramatic period of historic flooding and a global pandemic. Through it all, he led Nebraska to the best performance of any state during the COVID pandemic, according to Politico. Across his 8 years as governor, he helped run state government more like a business, delivered historic tax relief, and rolled back unnecessary state government regulations. Nebraska is fortunate to have his experience working for us now over in the Senate. The Nebraska delegation is excited to have him on the team, and we look forward to fighting together for the Cornhusker State's priorities here in Washington. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'm Greg Gassar, and I represent the heart of Texas. Today, thousands of my constituents are freezing without electricity. As Texans try to survive the cold weather and a climate crisis being ignored in our state, they're also worried about paying for housing. They're worried because they've had their workers' rights stripped away, reproductive rights stripped away, voting rights stripped away. They're worried that their kid could be shot in school. These are the concerns of the people, but Republican leadership here is working on none of these issues. Instead, they're trying to redistribute wealth from working class families to their biggest corporate donors. But even though Texans may be without electricity today, we are far from powerless. We have a history of organizing for change in Texas. The same electricians who are getting the lights back on, the same medics caring for our sick are sick and tired of right-wing extremism. And these working families will be the ones to organize and create a true democracy where the people lead and the politicians follow. Mark these words as my first here in this chamber. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose, the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I stand here today to humbly thank the Lord Jesus Christ my constituents, and my colleagues for your thoughts and prayers and tender mercies that you've showed my family over these last trying months. And I'm here today to report to you that the prayer works, because as of yesterday, our daughter's cancer is in remission. So, I will never forget the kindness shown to me by both sides of this aisle, and I humbly remain your servant. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this week is Gun Violence Survivor Awareness Week. A decade ago in this spot, I gave my first speech in the House about the epidemic of gun violence in our nation. I could not then have imagined two things. First, that Congress would fail to take significant action to address gun violence in our nation. And second, that mass shootings would continue to grow as an epidemic. Last year alone, 647 mass shootings in our country, including my community of Highland Park. For all the hundreds of communities that are affected and a part of the tragic union from the devastation of gun violence, the effects are permanent. 7 months ago in my community at 10:14 a.m. on July 4th at the Independence Day Parade, in Highland Park, a monster with an assault rifle climbed a ladder and fired 83 bullets in less than a minute into the festive crowd below. He murdered 7 wonderful people, wounded dozens more, and traumatized an entire community. The devastation and damage to a human body from these weapons are inconceivable. This week, more people...
Gentleman, time has expired.
We have to address gun violence. We have to pass an assault weapons ban that was introduced this week. I call on our communities to act.
Gentleman, time has expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is a big day in the 15th Congressional District of Pennsylvania, specifically in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, as our most famous resident had his day in the sun, literally. To quote Bill Murray, it's Groundhog Day again. Early this morning, Punxsutawney Phil, our weather expert groundhog, saw a shadow. For those of you who know the old German legend, this means we are in for 6 more weeks of winter. Punxsutawney Phil has been forecasting the weather since the 1800s. Records gathering back to 1886 show that Phil has forecasted a longer winter 107 times and an early spring just 20 times. Crowds gathered on Gobbler's Knob before sunrise today for the 137th celebration. Phil has proven himself a devoted prognosticator year after year and is a true icon in the world of weather forecasting. For these reasons and many more, Phil was inducted into the 2023 Meteorologist Hall of Fame by the Weather Discovery Center. So don't pack up your winter gear just yet. Phil says we have 6 more weeks. Happy Groundhog Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, once again, House Republicans are prioritizing extreme political stunts over problem solving for the American people. Speaker McCarthy's purely partisan move to strip Representative Omar from her committee is not only a political stunt, but a blow to the integrity of our democratic institutions and solves no problem. In modern American history, the punishment of stripping members of Congress of their committee assignments has been reserved only for the most egregious wrongdoing, including threats to colleagues. Congresswoman Omar has neither threatened a colleague nor has she committed any egregious wrongdoing. If Republicans want to degrade the integrity of the House and its committees, it'll be up to Democrats to stand up against these efforts. We will always stand for integrity in our House. I strongly oppose the efforts today by the extreme MAGA Republicans in this political stunt that solves no problems. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the dangerous crisis our nation is experiencing on our southern border. 2 weeks ago, on a tour of my district, I had the honor of meeting law enforcement officers in Clay, Madison, and McDowell counties. These counties are in very different parts of North Carolina's sprawling 11th district, yet these officers all shared with me that the number one problem they face every day, number one, is the flow of fentanyl into our mountains. Keep in mind that western North Carolina is 1,000 miles away from the southern border, and yet because of the Biden administration's lax border policies, every state is now a state. Every state is now a border state, and we're all suffering from the consequences. Since day one, this administration has ceded control of our southern border to drug cartels and dangerous gangs. In addition to fentanyl, we've seen a flow of unlawful migrants and illicit contraband pour into our country at rates never seen before. And China is a key source of the ingredients used to make fentanyl that's killing our children and fueling this crisis to affect so many. There needs to be a change. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the survivors of gun violence during National Gun Violence Survivors Week. Sandy Hook, Parkland, Buffalo, and yes, even Detroit, Chicago, and so many now are impacted by various names and memories of loved ones, places where gun violence has traumatized our communities and taken far too many of our loved ones. Every day in our country, more than 110 people are shot and killed, and more than 200 people survive gunshot wounds. We are 33 days into the new year, Mr. Speaker, and there have already been 54 mass shootings. To every survivor of gun violence, from classmates who have witnessed their friends die to families that have a dinner at the table with an empty seat there, we honor you always with action. So I call on to my colleagues to stand up to the corporate gun lobby and send the assault weapons ban to President Biden's desk. There is no reason to have weapons of war in our communities. There is no reason that anyone needs a weapon of war that can fire up to 60 shots per minute. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to express my support for H.R. 139, the Show Up Act, which was introduced by my good friend from Kentucky, the chairman of the Oversight and Accountability Committee, Mr. Comer, and passed on this floor yesterday. Millions of Tennesseans show up to work every day. However, more than half of federal government workers who are expected to serve the American people still aren't showing up for work. This has led to extremely long wait times and delays in services. Veterans who showed up to work and served our country can't get their proper VA benefits. Families are waiting months for their passports. And in my district, a father waited for more than 8 months to receive his tax return. The entire time, he was left in the dark by the IRS. Tennesseans deserve better, Mr. Speaker. The pandemic is over, and it's time to get back to work. I urge my colleagues to support like-minded measures, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Res 83, I call up HCon Res 9 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 9, concurrent resolution denouncing the horrors of socialism.
Pursuant to House Resolution 83, the concurrent resolution is considered read. The bill shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services of their respective designees. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters. Each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this resolution is a simple one. It states that the Congress denounces socialism in all its forms and opposes the implementation of socialist policies in the United States of America. It's a statement that I would hope all elected leaders in the United States could support. Despite my Democratic colleagues' claims, there's nothing in this resolution about entitlement programs or banning social services or anything of the like. In fact, I would encourage anyone who has doubts to actually go and read the resolution. It won't take long. It outlines the pain and hardship experienced by millions around the world who have suffered under a socialist regime. This is something the sponsor of the resolution, Mrs. Salazar of Florida, can speak to personally. Congresswoman Salazar is the daughter of Cuban exiles and was born in Miami's Little Havana. HCON Resolution 9 is not just messaging or a waste of time, as some of my colleagues across the aisle said. It speaks to people who've known all too well the atrocities of socialism, and it gives voice to their pain. I want to thank Congresswoman Salazar for her work on this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose H.R. Res. 9, Congressional Resolution 9, and yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the Committee on Financial Services, we organized and considered the committee's oversight plan. We debated homelessness and the lack of affordable housing, how to best protect consumers, and the need to strengthen diversity and inclusion across the financial services industry. We also discussed the threat to our nation's future if our country is forced to default on our debt 4 months from today. We don't always agree, and honestly, none of the Democratic amendments were adopted, but it was a civil debate about the merits of policy. I believe all of our committee members recognize that the legislation that comes out of our committee has the potential to support wealth creation, grow small businesses, support affordable housing, and build a stable financial system and economy. It is the contrast with the intentionality and seriousness of the debate today that makes it so hard to understand why the very first piece of legislation to come to the floor under a rule is not a proposal to address the needs of any of our constituents, to provide support to struggling businesses or community banks and credit unions that finance them. And it certainly doesn't provide our markets with certainty that our country won't act recklessly and default on its debts, a situation that will bring untold harm to all of us in America. No, Mr. Speaker, this resolution today, in fact, does nothing except spread lies and fear about a threat that doesn't even exist. The right-wing extremists who are running this House have forced my committee to consider as its very first piece of legislation a bill that tries to say that our country will collapse in ruin because of, wait, for what? Social Security? The resolution suggests that because we support seniors with health insurance, our democracy will crumble. They think that because Congress and the President have provided disaster relief to communities that have been burned by historic wildfires or flooded by once-in-a-generation hurricanes, that we will fall into ruin. No, Mr. Speaker, Americans take pride in the ways that we come together to do everything from building schools to sending a man to the moon. Mr. Speaker, Americans know better than the fear-mongering we see here today. They know, for example, that when the pandemic hit and people were dying all across this country, it was the federal government that stepped in to provide trillions of dollars of support to small businesses, workers, renters, students, seniors, and would you believe it, even Republican members of Congress. In fact, the government, using taxpayer dollars, provided $14 million in PPP loans to a number of our House Republicans who asked and then, guess what, received debt forgiveness. Now, some Republicans have tried to suggest that voting against this resolution is saying that you support dictators like Pol Pot, Mao Zedong, or Stalin, which is ridiculous. No one in this chamber supports them, but do you know which dictator my extremist colleagues refuse to condemn? Oh, they didn't say anything about Hitler. Mr. Speaker, you've heard of him, right? My colleague, Mr. Gottheimer, noticed that somehow the Republicans just forgot to condemn Hitler and offered an amendment to denounce his atrocities and mass murder. But Republicans rejected it. And I think we know why. It's because Donald Trump, your true leader of the Republicans, and North Star for House Republicans, was reported to have frightened his own staff by saying that Hitler had done some good things. There's only one would-be authoritarian who refused to accept the will of our voters and peacefully transfer power after losing his election. Instead, he incited a violent insurrection on January 6th to block the election certification that was happening in this very chamber. But you won't see his name in this resolution or his strongman pals that he loves so much, Russia and China. Mr. Speaker, we're a great nation not because we let everyone fend for themselves, but because we care for one another. We're a great nation that comes together as communities as small as towns and as large as a whole nation to decide to organize and collectively pay for fire departments, public schools, libraries, hospitals, roads and bridges, and a military. We are a better nation because we have programs that we love. We love Social Security and Medicare, and we're going to fight every inch of the way to ensure that we keep Social Security and Medicare. We're not going to let the opposite side of the aisle take away our seniors' Social Security and Medicare. I'll say it again, Social Security and Medicare. We are a better nation because our form of capitalism includes regulatory safeguards and strong cops on the beat patrolling our financial system, like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Mr. Speaker, I urge you and the majority to stop this divisive gotcha tactics. Get out of the way and let my committee and this Congress pass real legislation that puts the needs of our constituents and nations first. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves the gentleman from North Carolina.
At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Little Rock, Arkansas, the Vice Chair of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Hill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, I thank the Speaker. That sound you're hearing, America, is your alarm going off. It's Groundhog Day. And I feel like Bill Murray because, Mr. Speaker, when the alarm goes off every morning, the ranking member of the House Financial Services Committee is off on a rant about the former president. So I think it's important that we stay focused on what we're talking about today. And it's a choice between freedom and something far worse. And the American people know why we're on this floor today. We are on this floor today to support a resolution that denounces socialism. As a boy attending elementary school in Little Rock, one of my favorite teachers was a beautiful young mother who taught us Spanish, and her kids were the playmates of mine during those early school years. Her family had moved to Little Rock, escaping the Castro regime in Cuba that murdered their fellow citizens and took family farms and businesses and systematically destroyed one of the most beautiful, successful countries and places on earth. For me, an early lesson in the cost of freedom. As a businessman in 1986, at the height of the Cold War, I joined a civil society tour of East Berlin, led by the U.S. Army via the famous Checkpoint Charlie. There one saw the stark, cruel contrast of freedom versus socialism and communism. Vibrant businesses, full shelves, full employment in the West, and drab, sullen people in the East staring into empty store windows in buildings still bearing the bombs and bullet scars from World War II. Just 3.5 years later, with the fall of the Berlin Wall, I represented President George H.W. Bush as his Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Treasury in helping design and deliver U.S. economic and technical assistance to the citizens of the newly freed countries from socialism and communism, from the Baltic to the Black Sea, creating a rule of law, markets, private property rights, and new banking services. And Mr. Speaker, I keep a piece of that Berlin Wall in my house office. It reminds me of the gruesome fact that the Berlin Wall was built to keep people in, not the other way around, and keep freedom out. Today, some 3 decades later, one can witness the victory of capitalism and freedom over the authoritarianism and command and control of socialism. People of today's Central Europe want no part of communism or socialism. They know fully the brutality and failure of Soviet-style authoritarian socialist domination. So much so they've opened their homes to Ukrainian mothers and kids, opened their wallets to provide Ukrainians money, military, and humanitarian assistance to expel the invading Russians. Mr. Speaker, let's say no to socialism and yes to freedom and opportunity. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to this resolution. I think it is important that we clarify what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle believe to be socialist policies. Historically, Republicans have tried to label as socialist any democratic actions that improve the lives of Americans. In 1996, Senator Bob Dole, the future Republican presidential nominee, referred to public housing as one of the last bastions of socialism and called for an end to government-assisted housing programs. Public housing in the United States provides decent and safe housing to 1.3 million families that are working class, elderly, or disabled. This is what Republicans call socialism. The 12-point plan to rescue America that Senate Republicans released last year vowed to stop socialism and shrink the federal government by enacting extreme policies like putting Social Security and Medicare on the chopping block. Former House Speaker Newt Gingrich promised that Medicare will wither on the vine thanks to spending cuts to combat what Mr. Gingrich dubbed big government socialism. Social Security and Medicare are hard-earned benefits that provides millions of seniors with health care and retirement funds every year. This is what Republicans call socialism. From climate action and public education to affordable care and Social Security, Republicans classify popular government programs to help working families as socialism. This resolution is a distraction from extremists and nothing more than a thinly veiled scare tactic directed toward voters. Why is it, Mr. Speaker, that we are here wasting our time discussing a resolution about socialism? Guess what? Work on the budget. That's what you need to do. And you refuse to work on the budget because you will have to tell the American people that you intend to cut benefits for Social Security and Medicare. I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct your remarks to the chair. Ladies from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, the chair of the Small Business Committee, and an advocate for capitalism, Mr. Roger Williams.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Speaker, let me ask you this. Are we capitalists or are we socialists? I'm glad to join my colleagues in denouncing socialism in all forms. Socialism is the greatest threat to our economy and freedom and must be defeated. Worldwide, socialism has led to the death of more than 100 million people, has forced thousands to flee in exile, and has turned prosperous nations into impoverished and hopeless nations. Socialism is not winning in America and has no place in our country. We are a nation of opportunity and incentive, and because of those principles, we are a nation of hope where everyone can benefit. What sets America apart from the rest of the world is the drive to reach our fullest potential, coupled with a free market economy. It is what makes us the greatest economic engine in the world. The opposite of socialism is capitalism, and I'm proud to call myself a capitalist. Capitalism is about taking responsibility for what you create and making it even greater. It's about going from nothing to going to something. It's about taking risk and getting rewards, not government handouts or freebies. Capitalism is the greatest force in the history of our world for lifting people out of poverty, and we must install this value that we have in future generations. As a small business owner for 52 years, I represent Main Street America, and let me tell you, the implications of what socialism would mean for our businesses is alarming and scary. Main Street was built by men and women who wanted to swing for the fences, because at the end of the day, there is a desire to dream bigger and to dream bolder, to turn dreams into visions and visions into reality. America must always lead the fight against socialism and communism. We must always defend and protect the principles of the American dream and ensure our future generations have the same opportunities to build something for themselves. We must never forget the tragedy socialism has caused for countries around the world, and I urge my colleagues, everybody, to support this resolution, denouncing the horrors of socialism and opposing the implementation of socialistic policies in the United States of America. Bottom line, socialism bad, capitalism good. In God we trust. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Williams is my friend, but I do wonder whether Mr. Williams views the $1.43 million he received in debt forgiveness was consistent with his views on socialism. I don't get it. Now I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I was prepared to vote for this resolution. Socialism is clearly not the best path for America, and who wants to be associated with Stalin and the others that this resolution denounces? Really thugs that were masquerading as socialists. But when the promoters of this worthless resolution rejected the Takano Amendment to protect Social Security and Medicare, their goal became clear. They have a long history of rigorously attacking most every new social initiative, originally claiming that Social Security would enslave workers and Sovietize the country. And they've long denounced Medicare as socialism. Some Republicans would even privatize the Veterans Administration with its socialist structure of government-run hospitals and employees. It's the system our veterans love. This resolution is the foundation for continued attacks on better Medicare for more Americans and their attempt to cut Social Security benefits. And like their cult leader, Donald Trump, they use this resolution to attack our allies, Germany and Sweden, at the very time they are considering cutting aid to Ukraine. I yield back.
Gentleman, time has expired. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
At this time, I'd like to yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from I'd like to not do that. Actually, we'd like to yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser. We're doing it live, folks. We're doing it live.
The gentleman is recognized for 90 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I thank our chairman very, very much for his leadership on what is a very important subject. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to support this simple yet necessary resolution to denounce the inevitable corruption of socialism and the suffering and destruction it has brought upon hundreds of millions of people throughout the world since its inception. Our founding fathers built our nation on the principles of freedom, liberty, which leads to a free market economy, and all tenets that stand in directly counter to the ideas and ideals of socialism. Capitalism has produced prosperity for generations of Americans and shaped the American dream that so many have sought when immigrating to America for centuries. How many, Mr. Speaker, are fleeing capitalist countries like the United States to socialist countries, I ask you? Overtaxed economies backfire. They have no growth, prosperity, or quality of life advancements in medicine, food, housing, or honest education. Overregulation stifles business throughout a national and global market. And on the state side, gives states like Florida and Texas, and good for them, a great advantage over overregulated and overtaxed states. Historically, obvious metrics and clear results prove capitalism is far better for all societies, especially the United States of America. As President Reagan said, socialism only works in two places: heaven, where they don't need it, and hell, where they already have it. Socialist governments culminate with absolute power, and absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Gentleman, time has expired. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman is recognized.
I do not take this issue lightly. I do, however, take issue with how this resolution has been presented. Of course, we oppose the violence inflicted upon people under the rule of communist and dictatorial governments. But this resolution is less about their plight and more of a political stunt. Make no mistake about it. I am a proud capitalist, and I always will be. But ideas like affordable health care, affordable housing, and paid family leave are not radical socialist policies. Some of our closest allies in Europe and around the world participate in the free market and help their citizens meet their most basic needs. And that's what we've been sent here to do, to consider, debate, and ultimately pass legislation that will help the American people. So I ask my Republican colleagues, what is your agenda? Is it the 30% sales tax? Is it the cuts to Medicare and Medicaid? Is it the cuts to Social Security or eliminating access to reproductive care? What's your plan? Do we give people access so they can participate in the capitalist society, or do we just cut them so we can only limit the opportunity to participate in a capitalist society? I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman, time has expired. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman.
At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's often said that socialism is sharing and capitalism is selfishness, but it's precisely the opposite. The only way to prosper in a capitalist society is to identify what somebody else needs and to provide it for them better than they can provide it for themselves, whether it's sweeping a floor or designing a microchip. Socialism is taking what one person has earned by helping others and giving it to someone who hasn't. Socialism always produces poverty and misery because when you take $1 from Peter and give it to Paul, both have been robbed of that dollar's incentive to help each other. Peter's been denied the reward of his dollar's worth of work, and Paul no longer needs to help someone to earn that dollar. Socialism and slavery sprang from exactly the same rotten principle as Lincoln put it, that you work and toil and make bread, and I will eat it. And both have been championed by the same party through the ages. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams.
The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as a legislator, I know to look at a bill's definitions.
As House Republicans talk about rejecting socialism in all its forms, it's important to understand just exactly what my Republican colleagues are talking about. Surely it's not Social Security and Medicare. Public schools, public libraries, public safety, roads and bridges. The bill doesn't say. There's not a single definition of socialism or all its forms. My colleague, Congressman Takano, gave my Republican colleagues an opportunity to clarify. He offered an amendment stating that programs like Social Security and Medicare are not socialism. Republicans refused that amendment. That makes me wonder if what Republicans are really doing here is trying to reject things like bedrock social programs that so many of our seniors and constituents rely on. I support our nation's market-based economy, and if my Republican colleagues truly did the same, they would be using this time for legislation that creates jobs and lowers costs for all American families. This bill does neither, and I urge my Republican colleagues to focus their time on the issues that will help all of our constituents achieve the promise of America.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Well, at this time, I'd like to yield 90 seconds to member of the Financial Services Committee, great leader for West Virginia, Mr. Mooney.
The gentleman from West Virginia is recognized for 90 seconds.
I rise today in support of Representative Maria Salazar's House resolution denouncing the horrors of socialism. I grew up in a home where the American ideals of personal freedom and limited government were cherished. My mother, Lala Suarez, grew up on a sugarcane farm in Cuba, where she was one of 14 brothers and sisters. When Fidel Castro took control of Cuba by force, her entire world was destroyed. My mother was imprisoned by Fidel Castro for 7 weeks. Thankfully, they never found the gun she'd hidden, or they would have executed her and her friends. She fled communism to enjoy freedom and opportunity in America. Today, over 60 years later, socialist policies have kept Cuba in economic ruin. She met my father, Vincent Mooney, and became a proud American citizen. My father was a captain in the United States Army who served in Vietnam to stop the advance of communism. Growing up, my parents impressed upon me and my 3 siblings that America is special. Unlike economically failing socialist countries, Americans' personal liberties enshrined in our Constitution and must always be protected. All citizens deserve basic freedoms: freedom of press, freedom of speech, the right to vote, the right to be considered innocent till proven guilty, where in communist countries you're guilty till you prove yourself innocent, the right to worship. As President Donald Trump said right here in this chamber in a State of the Union speech, quote, "America will never be a socialist country," close quotes. America must never give up on our God-given rights. We must fight against socialism and for the American dream. And when government takes away your rights and freedoms, like the socialist and communist countries want to do, they never give them back. Every American should feel blessed to be born in this country where we're free. Let's protect our freedoms. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this resolution is not about socialism. It is about political cynicism. No one in this chamber would defend the atrocities committed by murderous communist ideologues such as Mao Zedong or Fidel Castro. But that is not what this resolution is about. This resolution is about conflating some of our most cherished social safety net programs with so-called socialism. With this resolution, Republicans demonize Social Security, on which more than 46 million retirees rely today. Republicans demonize Medicare, which has saved the lives of countless Americans. And Republicans demonize many other federal programs, including benefits offered to our nation's veterans. Harry Truman was right when he said, "Socialism is a scare word that Republicans have hurled at every advance people have made in the last 20 years. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
This time I'd like to yield a minute to a great leader for agriculture issues from Tennessee, member of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Rose.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of House Concurrent Resolution 9, which denounces the horrors of socialism in all its forms. Because whether it's communism, Marxism, Leninism, Stalinism, Maoism, anarchism, democratic socialism, eco-socialism, or liberal socialism, all of these have failed. And none of these ideologies should, and God willing, will ever be implemented in the United States. By passing this resolution, we can send a message to the American people that we reject these deadly ideologies, and our nation will always and forever be a bastion of freedom and a beacon of hope. I pray for the more than 100 million lives that have been lost at the hands of communist regimes, totalitarian rule, and brutal dictatorships. Socialism should never play any part in the American way of life. I hope we can all agree on this common sense resolution, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on its passage. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin's Mr. Pocan.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, for 35 years now, I've owned a small business, giving me significantly more experience as a capitalist than the vast majority of members on the other side of the aisle. So as a capitalist, let me tell you, this resolution is plain ridiculous. It jointly condemns Pol Pot and Norway. I'm with you on the first one, but Norway, please. Here's what this is really about. More and more members on the other side of the aisle are calling for cuts to Social Security and Medicare, and many have referred to these programs as socialism throughout their existence. The other night in the Rules Committee, they showed their cards. Republicans refused an amendment to declare that Social Security and Medicare is not socialism. This resolution is little about intelligent discourse and everything to do about laying the groundwork to cut Social Security and Medicare. I support Social Security and Medicare, and capitalism, and Norway, and I'll be voting no. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
At this time, I'd like to yield 90 seconds to the chair of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 90 seconds.
I thank the chairman. I enlisted in the United States Army after high school and arrived in West Germany in the spring of 1989. The Cold War was at fever pitch, and at the Brandenburg Gate, President Reagan had famously said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." On 9 November 1989, the East German people finally tore down their own wall. Not Gorbachev, not America, not the West, but the people trapped on the other side of that wall. I was there that Thanksgiving in the heart of Berlin when I met with people experiencing their first hours of freedom. One man asked me, "Is it like this everywhere?" And I thought he meant like Berlin, a big city. I'm from Western Ohio in a small town. He corrected me. He said, "No, the stores are open at night and there's fresh milk and everyone can go in." He had been told the lie that we were poorer on the West than they were, that only the elites could buy things, like the Communist Party officials. He was not alone. You see, the wall had separated their communists from our freedom and free markets. The flood of people was to the land of opportunity, not to the failed ideas of Marx and Lenin. The United States of America is worth saving, and to do that, we must defend freedom and defeat socialism. I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition of this resolution because the American people know that the biggest threat to our modern democratic society and free market economy is not some socialist boogeyman, it's Republican leaders in this chamber. People who want to call every federally funded program that Americans depend on socialism just to scare people and position themselves to cut and gut the benefits that people count on. Go back and look at the decades worth of transcripts and see what Republicans call socialism to scare people. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act. They even call free public school education socialism to scare people. This vote is a sham. We've heard about Cuba a ton. My mother came here from Cuba in the late 1960s with my grandmother, my aunt, and I won't let their story be used to gut the benefits that our people have earned and deserve. This vote has nothing to do with socialism and everything to do with gutting the programs that millions of Americans have paid into and have earned. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
At this time, I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, for 90 seconds.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of this resolution condemning socialism. I have seen the victims of socialism firsthand. Many of those victims have found refuge in Nebraska. Vietnamese is the third most spoken language in Nebraska due to immigration in the 1970s. And members of the Falun Gong have found freedom from religious persecution by the Chinese Communist Party in our great state. History shows us that when socialism is tried, it leads to three things: poverty, devastation, and ultimately communism. As Vladimir Lenin once said, quote, "The goal of socialism is communism," end quote. And socialist regimes continue to commit atrocities around the world. In North Korea, there's an estimated 180,000 prisoners today. Many of them are subjected to torture and extreme manual labor. In Venezuela, police and security forces killed more than 19,000 people between 2016 and 2019 for quote-unquote resisting authority. In Cuba, journalists, bloggers, and artists are routinely jailed for speaking against the regime. The list goes on and on. Socialism is the enemy, not just to free enterprise, but human rights. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The last speaker, the gentleman, mentioned China, and I'd like to just remind everyone of a quote by their President Trump. And I like President Xi a lot. He said, "I consider him a friend, and I like him a lot. I've gotten to know him very well. He's a strong gentleman, right? He's a strong guy, tough guy." So, when are you going to denounce Trump? Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to condemn all socialist autocrats who place power and wealth over their own citizens. Yet this resolution ignores some of their worst evils, then falls silent while American leaders mimic their cruel tactics. For instance, Cubans and Venezuelans suffer from far worse than the inflation and expropriation this measure describes. Dictators there destroy human rights, the rule of law, and jail, exile, or kill their enemies. Let's condemn socialist abuses, yes, but leaders on this very floor seek to overturn democratic elections, confiscate long-held rights, and gut programs our families, veterans, and service members need. In my home state, an aspiring autocrat daily deploys the socialist tyrant's playbook. He marginalizes minorities, demonizes the free press, and criminalizes or bans speech, books, even history. What we can learn from these failed despots is to respect the rule of law, free speech, and free elections, and to protect our own citizens from the grinding poverty tyrants wield as weapons. Socialist dictators deserve our scorn, but glossing over their crimes and ignoring the leaders right here who mimic them, that fails those fighting freedom everywhere. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina.
If I may inquire the time remaining on both sides.
The gentleman from North Carolina has 15 and a half minutes.
And may I inquire about the...
From California has 15 quarter.
All right. This time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry, and I would thank you for yielding your time. I rise in strong support of House Concurrent Resolution 9 to denounce the atrocities perpetuated by socialism across the world. If you want to see the difference between socialism and freedom, take a look at North Korea at night versus South Korea. As an immigrant who grew up in South Korea during the aftermath of Korean War, I know firsthand the horror, the destruction that socialism has brought to millions of families in the Korean Peninsula under the evil regime of Kim Dynasty, from Kim Il-sung to Kim Jong-il to now Kim Jong-un. Socialism divided my family and friends between North and South. My mother-in-law, for example, she crossed over DMZ and back multiple times to rescue loved ones from the tyrannical North Korean regime, and tens of thousands of war-torn families remain separated to this day. Meanwhile, famines and the daily threats of a nuclear war in East Asia persist. Although I was just a young girl, I remember the hope embodied by those brave soldiers who defended the freedoms of a country they never knew and a people they never met. It is because of them that I stand before you today as one of the first Korean American women to serve in Congress. The United States must continue to stand as a beacon of freedom, hope, and opportunity for the world. I urge my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to join us to say no to socialism, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The gentlelady from California just mentioned North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. And let me tell you what Trump said. He said, Kim wrote me beautiful letters, and they're great letters. We fell in love. Now I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico has been recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely denounce the brutal and communist regimes of Castro, Maduro, Stalin, and other dictators in the whereas clauses of this resolution. But sadly, instead of spending our precious moments in the people's house, expanding opportunity for hardworking Americans, supporting ranchers, farmers, and rural communities, lowering health care costs, and strengthening Social Security and Medicare, we are spending hours, actually days, in pure political theater. In the Rules Committee, when I offered Mr. Takano's amendment to clarify that this resolution does not also condemn Social Security, Medicare, and veterans' health benefits, Republicans blocked it. Yet I know still that our love and respect for our veterans, seniors, and retirees will always guide our work to ensure they receive all the benefits they've earned. I will not stray from our obligation to create prosperity, hope, and a future everywhere in America. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves, and the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
At this time, I'd like to recognize a great new member of the Financial Services Committee, the gentleman from Hudson Valley, Mr. Lawler, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Margaret Thatcher said, the problem with socialism is that eventually you run out of other people's money. Now, my wife is an immigrant from Eastern Europe, from Moldova, a former Soviet satellite state. She came to this country in search of economic opportunity and freedom and a better life for her and her family. She left a former communist country that is still dealing with the grips of communism and socialist policies. Let's be very clear. Communism and socialism have limited freedoms, stymied economic innovation and opportunity, and limited prosperity, and left the very people it claims to help in a permanent state of poverty and government dependence. Conversely, capitalism has lifted people from poverty to prosperity within a generation and made America the envy of the world. To be clear, this resolution is not about Social Security or Medicare, two programs with broad bipartisan support. It is about a sick ideology that has destroyed nations, ruined lives, and resulted in death and destruction around the world. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are twisting themselves into knots, trying to explain why they oppose this resolution. The sad truth is, it's because their party has been taken over by a radical socialist ideology that they are held hostage to. They can't even muster the courage to denounce it. We are Americans. We should speak with one voice and denounce socialism, communism, dictators, and despots at every turn. I'm proud to support this resolution, to denounce socialism and proudly embrace capitalism, American innovation.
The gentleman should be yielded another minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm proud to support this resolution, denounce socialism, and proudly embrace capitalism, American innovation and ingenuity, and the role it has played in promoting freedom and democracy throughout the rest of the world. And I ask all of my colleagues to join me. It's very simple. This is not about Social Security or Medicare. This is about denouncing socialism. And if you can't muster the strength to do that, that speaks volumes about your party. I yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves.
Mr. Speaker and members, I want to reiterate, I love
the members
I love Social Security. I love Medicare. And so now I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the former leader, Mr. Hoyer.
Thank you. The chair would like to remind members that they need to direct their remarks to the chair. And the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to lament the failure today to consider a resolution which would reflect the overwhelming consensus in this House that capitalism, not socialism, has proven to be the very best economic system. It is the most effective system to create dynamic economies and incentivize individual innovation, entrepreneurship, and risk-taking to achieve economic security and success. Such a resolution would have brought us together. It would give confidence to our fellow citizens that we are united in our support of our democratic capitalist system. The resolution before us today, however, does not do that. Instead, it is an intellectually bankrupt screed of political demagoguery. All it aims to do is to divide, to distract this institution and this country. It is a political gotcha and a distraction from the real issues that face the American people. As our departed colleague Elijah Cummings said, we're better than this. We just came from an annual prayer breakfast where we gave voice to reconciliation and unity. We prayed to one God and we recited our pledge to one nation, under God, indivisible. This resolution seeks to divide. America expects more of us. This resolution does not, sadly, Mr. Speaker, further that goal. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
2 minutes. The gentleman from Tennessee, my friend, Mr. Burchett.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate you and I appreciate your service to our great country. I rise today in support of condemning the horrors of socialism. The biggest crimes in humanity have happened under socialist regime. It's taken more than 100 million lives. Margaret Thatcher said it best, and I'll paraphrase it, eventually you run out of people to take money from. That's the only way socialism works. President Trump said we would never be a socialist country in his State of the Union address, and I was shocked. I was shocked that over half of this body, Mr. Speaker, refused to stand and applaud that. Over half. I think it tells where we are as a country. Too many people have fought and died for this country. If you ever come to my Knoxville office, there's a 48-star flag that's on the wall, and it's a flag that was draped over my uncle's casket. He was too old to go fight, Mr. Speaker. He went and enlisted anyway. They sent him home back to Cheatham County. He went back and enlisted again. They let him go. He died shortly after the D-Day invasion as a sergeant. Too old to go to fight. but he went anyway. He fought for the American dream. He fought for what we have in this country, and every dadgum day we want to throw it away. The fact that we are even having this conversation sickens me, Mr. Speaker. I say that with all sincerity, and I thank you.
Back, the gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
No, you did very
Again, quoting the ex-president who still thinks he's president. He said, I went in yesterday and there was a television screen and I said, this is genius. Putin declares a big portion of the Ukraine. Putin declares it as independent. Oh, that's wonderful. He used the word independent, and we're going to go out and we're going to go in and we're going to help keep peace. You got to say that's pretty savvy. Anyhow, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, who is the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee.
1 minute.
I thank the gentlelady. This resolution lists many communist dictators, but it doesn't list any of the capitalist dictators, from Hitler to Mussolini to Franco to Salazar to Perón and so many more. Because tyranny, the issue is not socialism, the issue is tyranny. But the second issue is the progress of the American people. Because every single issue of progress, from Medicare to Medicaid to the Affordable Care Act to public housing to Social Security, has been called by Republican leaders at the time socialist. This is not an attack on tyranny. This is an attack on all of these programs. This is an attack on Medicare, on Social Security, on public housing, on federal aid to education, on everything the Republicans called socialist when they were first enacted, and they still want to get rid of. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard the most absurd argument just now on the House floor. The contents of this resolution are very simple, very straightforward. A system that is born out of freedom inevitably begets freedom and the liberation of people from tyranny. An economic system that is born out of taking inevitably leads to the loss of human life and centralization and control by despotic people. That's what this resolution speaks to. It does not speak to any programs here in the United States, doesn't talk about our system of government, doesn't speak of other systems, economic systems. It is simply in the resolved that Congress denounces socialism in all its forms and opposes the implementation of socialist policies in the United States, period. So rather than contorting yourselves to vote no against a resolution condemning tyrants that use socialism to centralize their power, they've contorted themselves, my colleagues are contorting themselves to speak against previous president, or a question of Republicans' views on domestic social programs. It's not a part of this resolution. It's a part of other debates everywhere else in Congress, but let's read the resolution. Let's stick to the terms of debate of the resolution, and let's figure out a way that we can actually come together and denounce socialism in all its forms here in the United States. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
That was 1 minute, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me be clear. The Democratic Party does not believe that the government should control the means of production. No Democrat believes that there should be government gas stations or government technology companies or government car companies. So what does the Democratic Party believe? We believe every person in America should have child care. And what is the Republicans? What do they say? Their answer, well, look at how many people Stalin killed. We say, let's give everyone health care. The Republicans say, well, we can't do that. Look at how many people Pol Pot killed. We say, let's make sure everyone has equal opportunity. The Republican plan, we can't do that. Look at how many people Kim Jong-un is starving. Give me a break. The American people are catching on. They know that we have lost 25% of wealth in the working class and middle class since 1980. They know that the real crime are not crimes happening abroad, but the crime of paying starvation wages for hard work. This party is actually solving the problems of the American people. That party is giving rhetoric about foreign regimes. People will see through the rhetoric and side with the Democratic Party.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I have one further speaker. I inquire from the other side how many more speakers they have.
Mr. Speaker, I have several speakers left.
Several speakers.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
May I inquire, how much time do we have left?
The gentlewoman has 7 1/4 minutes.
7 1/4 minutes. Thank you.
Can you read this? Let me share.
No. No.
We don't have a speaker right now.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share a quote from the opposite side of the aisle. Socialism is a scare word that they have hurled at every advance that people have made in the last 20 years. They go on to say socialism is what they call public power. Socialism is what they call Social Security. Socialism is what they call farm price supports. Socialism is what they call bank deposit insurance. Socialism is what they call the growth of free and independent labor organizations. Socialism is their name for almost anything that helps all people. This was a quote from the great President Truman talking about Republican claims 70 years ago. It's revisited itself. I now yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets.
How many minutes did she say? The gentleman is recognized for 2.5 minutes. I'm not hearing her at all when she tells us we do.
Good. Will you be, do I take them off or do you take them off? Either way. You want to? Oh, well, I'll signal you and stand here. Okay, well, I'll do it then. Imagine an anti-socialist resolution so poorly drafted that the co-chair of the CPA caucus finds it necessary to come here and denounce it. But this resolution equates Willy Brandt with Kim Jong-un, Medicare with the Great Leap Forward, and European socialists, allies of America and NATO, with the worst murderers in history. Democracy calls for every country to decide what blend of government regulation of business, what blend of government programs to have, and that is a decision for each country to make. Instead, we have a resolution that it provides a misleading and sophomoric description of history. We are told that all socialism is equal and that Marxist-Leninism is the same as the European socialists. When communism stood over Europe and could have conquered the Western world, we organized NATO. Here are the NATO leaders who were all socialists: Harold Wilson, Willy Brandt, Francois Mitterrand, and so many others. Without them, Stalinism may well have prevailed. Yet this resolution condemns them. And then we are told, oh, well then, if the anti-communists must be great people. Yes, like Francisco Franco and the rest of those identified on this chart. Now, later today, the Republican leadership wants to take someone off her committees because they say they're dedicated to anti-Semitism. Yet on the same day, they bring a resolution to this floor that equates some of the greatest leaders of Israel with some of the greatest mass murderers of history. Look at the history of Israel. The founder of Israel, Ben-Gurion, a socialist; Golda Meir, member of the Socialist International; and Shimon Peres, president of Israel and president of the Socialist International. yet they say they're against anti-Semitism. 73% of the American people believe that Republican leadership is ignoring the important problems facing America, and we could dismiss this resolution as just a stupid waste of time, consistent with that ignoring. But the fact is, it's not.
Can
I get another 30 seconds?
Gentleman, time has expired.
I yield an extra 15 seconds to the gentleman.
Gentleman, an additional 15 seconds as well.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
They're intent on using the debt limit to attack Social Security, which was attacked by Republicans as socialist at the time and by Paul Ryan more recently. They're here to attack Medicare as socialist, as was done by Ronald Reagan in a whole LP album denouncing Medicare as socialism. They're here with this resolution to say that any social program can be equated with the greatest mass murderers in history. This resolution is not just a waste of time. It is a pernicious attack on the programs that American people support. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves, and the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to just take a moment and thank my colleague for his fulsome defense of socialism and historical socialists. I think that was the most intellectually honest piece of debate we've had here on the House floor. And if this resolution would just simply draw out my Democrat colleagues to just say, yes, they're in favor of socialism, maybe this is a worthwhile endeavor. Again, this is not my resolution. It was reported to my committee. We're reporting out this resolution as Mrs. Salazar of Florida presented and wrote, because this was the early stages of the House. This came straight to the House floor rather than through the committee markup. It came through the Rules Committee. What I would have preferred in this resolution was a fulsome defense of capitalism and the juxtaposition between that optimistic sense of freedom that is born out of our property rights, our speech rights, our individual liberties in this country that is deeply connected us with an economic system of freedom. And the juxtaposition of that to the misery of socialism. And what the taking of people's individual liberty and centralizing it in government and government control does to economic progress, to the best of humanity, what it does to social outcomes, to the health and welfare of the people, the economic prosperity of the people, and the misery that it begets to those people suffering in those regimes. But what we have here is a history of international moments of terror begat by Putin. It's not in there. He doesn't currently call himself a socialist. But Lenin did, Stalin did, Mao Zedong did, Fidel Castro did, and the list goes on. Then it talks about the loss of human life under those regimes from those socialist leaders. And then the resolve clause I've read before, that Congress denounces socialism in all of its forms and opposes the implementation of socialist policies in the United States of America. I would be happy to work with my colleague on the type of resolution that I outlined, happy to have that come back to the floor in time on something that my Democrat colleagues would actually support, a proper denunciation of the miseries of socialism and a proper embrace of our economic capitalism here in the United States. But that's not what we have before us today. So I'd encourage my colleagues to look what is in the resolution and judge it based off the contents of what's here, not what is omitted. And with that, I would reserve the balance of my time, and my colleague I'm going to yield to close. So we're prepared to close on this side.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to raise a question, and I'll direct it to the Speaker. Was PPP socialism? No, of course not. but some Republicans would claim it was. And interestingly, many Republicans, including several sponsors of this ridiculous resolution, not only applied for a PP loan, but also asked that the government forgive the debt. So I ask unanimous consent to enter this list of Republicans into the record.
Without objection.
With that, I yield 1 minute.
There's an objection.
What did you say?
They objected. Okay. You can close.
The gentlelady may continue.
They objected to that.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Americans are tired of this body wasting. It's time when there are real problems to address. I want to get started considering legislation to house the more than 500,000 people who will sleep outside tonight because they don't have a house of their own. I want to get started on legislation to address the extreme wealth disparities in our country, including where CEOs now make almost 400 times what the average workers make. I want to stop Wells Fargo-like banks from ripping off millions of consumers. I want to get started finding ways for seniors and folks saving for their retirement to have more confidence that those who would defraud them will be thwarted. Instead, we spend time talking about how Republicans want to force Biden to slash Social Security and Medicare, or they will turn the economy down by forcing a default on our debts. But the American people should rest assured that I and my Democratic colleagues are united in our resolve to expand access to affordable housing, good-paying jobs, protect consumers from abuse, strengthen our economy, safeguard our national security, protect Social Security and Medicare, and above all, defend our democracy. Let me say it again, protect Social Security and Medicare. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. The gentleman from
Mr.
North
Speaker,
Carolina.
how much time do I have remaining?
4 3/4 minutes.
I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the Budget Committee Chairman, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, to close on behalf of Republicans.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized to close.
I thank my friend, the chairman from North Carolina. Socialism, like the devil, does not appear with horns and a pitchfork. He masquerades as an angel of light, with promises of human flourishing, all failed, all broken. Socialism isn't empty words. It isn't a speech. It's a series of actions that rob people of their freedom and concentrate power in the hands of a few in their central government. I heard my colleague say, socialism is controlling the means of production. We're not doing that, except that there's a whole of government assault for all the world to see on an industry, American energy, and it's being replaced with this Green New Deal, hundreds of billions of dollars in subsidies, tax credits, grants. If that's not the control of the means of production, I don't know what is. Universal health care. We don't want health care in the hands of doctors and patients. We want it in the hands of bureaucrats. We want government to control health care. Folks, masquerading as an angel of light is this concentration of power. Socialism is the road to serfdom, and history is littered with the failed experiment in central planning. Those countries that have taken that ruinous road have ruined, destroyed their country, and left their people in despair. Our founding fathers believed fundamentally this: if we limit the federal government's role in our lives, we'll unleash the greatest potential of free people created in the image of God. And they were right. There's never been a greater force for all of humanity than freedom. Nothing uplifts the human condition, unlocks the human potential, unleashes the human spirit like freedom. Freedom has given every generation of Americans the greatest opportunities, the highest standard of living, the best quality of life anywhere on the planet and in the history of the world. But in the prescient words of Ronald Reagan, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. God have mercy on our country. If you boil it down, Mr. Speaker, I believe our singular mission in this chamber, in this, our nation's capital, is to fight for our country by preserving and protecting freedom for the next generation of Americans. And if, like my colleagues say, that this is just theater, that decrying socialism, extolling the freedom and the virtues and value of freedom is theater, God give us more Shakespeare's. God bless America, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 83, the previous question is ordered on the concurrent resolution and the preamble. The question is on the adoption of the current resolution. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The current resolution is agreed to.
Republicans, Mr. Speaker, on that I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. This should be fine. So Mississippi seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 83, I call up House Resolution 76 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 76, resolution removing a certain member from a certain standing committee of the House.
Pursuant to House Resolution 83, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Ethics or their respective designee. For what the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on House Resolution 76.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I come today to the floor pursuant to the process put in place by the previous majority in the 117th Congress. At that time, I served as a member on the House Ethics Committee. Today, I serve as chair of that committee. Roughly 2 years ago, on February 4th, 2021, I publicly warned of the dangerous precedent set by the previous majority as they put in place an unprecedented process to remove minority members from their committee assignments. 2 years ago, Democrats offered a resolution. That resolution, based on Clause 1, House Rule 23, removed a Republican member from all committees and referred the matter to the House Ethics Committee. However, the process instituted at that time by Speaker Nancy Pelosi bypassed any Ethics Committee involvement and brought the matter directly to the House floor for a vote. I and many of my Republicans warned that this majority veto over the minority party's committee assignments appointments removed important rights of the minority party. Republican members also warned that this process set a precedent that future majorities would follow to remove members from committee assignments. Following the roadmap previously approved by the Democrat-controlled 117th Congress, we are here today to debate and to consider House Resolution 76, a resolution to remove Representative Omar from serving on the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Today's resolution, as it relates to Representative Omar, details 6 statements she made as a sitting member of Congress that under the totality of the circumstances disqualify her from serving on the Committee on Foreign Affairs. It is important to note that this resolution is very narrowly tailored and does not prevent Representative Omar from serving on other committees. House Resolution 76 instead simply states that she cannot serve on a committee that receives classified briefings and is responsible for maintaining international diplomacy. The Committee on Foreign Affairs is a prestigious committee viewed by nations around the world, both allies and adversaries, as speaking for Congress on matters of international importance and national security. All members, both Republican and Democrats alike, who seek to serve on foreign affairs should be held to the highest standard of conduct due to the international sensitivity and national security concerns under the jurisdiction of this committee. Based upon the important mission of this committee and the precedent previously set to remove members from their committee assignments, I support this resolution today. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this resolution, and I will yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise as the ranking member of the Ethics Committee, a body that I am proud to have served on throughout my entire time in Congress. And I also rise as a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, which I've also served on throughout my time in Congress. Many people don't understand the nature of the Ethics Committee. It's a unique body within this Congress. It consists of an equal number of Democrats and Republicans, and it offers a mechanism by which complaints against members of Congress and high-ranking staff can be vetted, investigated, and adjudicated on pretty much of a confidential basis by the members of the committee. And I'm very pleased, what may really surprise people is to know that we often come to completely unanimous decisions in that very bipartisan committee. So with that said, I'm disappointed that my colleagues in the majority are choosing as one of their very first exercises of authority in this Congress to pursue vengeance over governance. Governance would be to allow this resolution, which has been referred to the Ethics Committee, to proceed through the committee's regular process. The Ethics Committee is charged with determining whether member behavior violates the Code of Official Conduct, and when warranted by a violation, recommending that the House adopt sanctions or restrict certain privileges like service on committees. I strongly urge a return to the days of civility, which would be nice to see here in this body, in which I think the American people would very much welcome. And, you know, one of the ways of doing that is to have this chamber allow the Ethics Committee to do its work so that we avoid a situation where every couple of years when there is a transfer of power between one party to the other, we don't see these constant efforts to boot people from committees based on past actions. If a member does something egregious that is worthy of a complaint, any member can bring a complaint to the Ethics Committee, and it can be dealt with there. The majority is seeking to advance this resolution before they're trying to advance it before the Ethics Committee, and yet the Ethics Committee has not yet even adopted its rules, held an organizational meeting, or convened for the first time this Congress. I want to address the issue of due process. During the rules meeting leading up to today's vote, a number of concerns were expressed, and it's been reported in the media as well, concerns about due process. The resolution, House Resolution 76, claims that any member reserves the right to bring a case before the Committee on Ethics as grounds for an appeal to the Speaker of the House for reconsideration of any committee removal decision. Notably, that language is contained in one of the whereas clauses, not in the resolved clause, which is the only binding part of this resolution. And by the way, it's even been conceded by members of the GOP that the whereas clause, the quote is, merely references an existing process and in no way begins an appeal procedure or guarantees her committee seat will be reconsidered. It's non-binding and not actionable, a senior GOP aide told Politico on Tuesday. Well, in fact, I agree with that quote, with the exception that where it says that the clause added references an existing process. You can take that down. There is no such existing process. There is no due process at all afforded to the member who is being sought to be removed from a committee. And that is not due process. And I say that to address the many, many concerns that I've heard from members on the other side of the aisle, from members of the Rules Committee. There is no due process in this House resolution. Once the full House votes to strip a member of a right or privilege, only the full House can restore that right or privilege. Allowing Representative Omar to appeal to the Ethics Committee after the House has already voted to deny her a seat on the House Foreign Affairs Committee would be nonsensical, and it would be defective process. It is the wrong order of things. And it violates how the Ethics Committee has operated ever since its creation as a standing committee of the House in 1967, where the committee recommends a sanction after full investigation and adjudication, and the member is allowed to present evidence and make their case, and then the full House votes on the committee's recommendation for sanctions. House Resolution 76 violates the spirit of how our unique committee, the House's only evenly divided, truly partisan standing committee, operates. This is about partisanship, Mr. Speaker, not principle. This is about payback, not process. House Resolution 76 is wholly transparent for what it is, and I firmly oppose its passage. The gentlelady reserves. Thank you.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I yield time to the gentleman from Ohio, I do want to point out that House Resolution 72 of the 117th Congress, which was the resolution that stripped Marjorie Taylor Greene of her committee assignments, contained no language whatsoever relating to due process and set forth no appeals process for her to be able to appeal the ruling of the body as a whole. And I will say that the resolution that we are debating today does contain language as to an appellate process. So I do believe that the resolution that we are debating today does contain additional rights to the member that we are seeking to remove than what was offered in House Resolution 72 as it relates to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Mr. Speaker, at this time I would yield 6 minutes to Max Miller from the great state of Ohio.
The gentleman is recognized for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Mississippi for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the House Committee on Foreign Affairs has broad jurisdiction over national security and foreign policy, peacekeeping and peace enforcement, international law, and the promotion of democracy, and many other critical issues that require its members to be both objective and credible. Members of the Committee on Foreign Affairs represent the United States abroad and are regarded as credible emissaries of American foreign policy. Their words have significant weight in guiding our relations with other countries and are relied upon by world leaders. Most importantly, our allies such as Israel, the forever home of the Jewish people. But what happens when a committee member is no longer viewed as a credible emissary of our foreign policy? What if a member is barred from visiting one of our allies because of their prejudiced comments? How can members who are unable to engage with our allies in a constructive manner be considered credible members of the committee? Well, the gentlelady's discriminatory comments disqualified her from traveling to Israel in 2019. Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, would not allow Representative Omar to enter, saying, "We respect all political parties in the United States equally. However, we will also respect ourselves. Whoever comes to impose boycotts on us and to deny the legitimacy of the State of Israel, we will not allow them entry." Yes, the gentle lady disqualified herself from entry into one of the most important countries allied with the United States. Over the past 75 years, Israel has been a steadfast ally of the United States. Israel has stood by us through the volatility in the Middle East, and this alliance has been critical to our own national security. How can someone not welcomed by one of our most important allies serve as an emissary of American foreign policy on the Foreign Affairs Committee? And given her biased comments against Israel and against the Jewish people, how can she serve as an objective decision maker on the committee? Let's take a look at some of the gentlelady's comments. In February of 2019, barely more than a month after becoming a member of this body, Representative Omar suggested that the Jewish people and the American Israel Public Affairs Committee were buying political support, writing on Twitter, "It's all about the Benjamins, baby," clearly amplifying an anti-Semitic stereotype about the Jewish people and money. In response, congressional Democratic leadership, her own party, immediately released a statement by saying, "Anti-Semitism must be called out, confronted, and condemned wherever it is encountered without exception." Not long after Representative Omar trivialized the terrorist attacks of September 11th, 2001, by describing that day of infamy as, "Some people did something." That's horrific. Some people did something. Yes, Mr. Speaker, some people did do something. Some people committed evil acts of terrorism and killed nearly 3,000 Americans. And in response, some thousands of our fellow citizens, myself included, enlisted in our armed forces to defend the gentlelady's right to make her prejudiced remarks. Many went off to combat and even died to defend that right. But they did not die fighting to have their bravery and love of country undermined by a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, I have no words to describe just how utterly unacceptable these comments are. But that's not all. In 2021, the gentlelady referred to Israel, which has the absolute right to defend itself against terrorism and attacks on its very existence, as an apartheid state. She even equated the United States and Israel, countries that have stood as beacons of democracy, to the Taliban and Hamas, organizations that impose terror on their regions in the world. Once again, even her Democrat colleagues swiftly condemned her comment. 12 Democrat members of this body released a statement which noted, equating the United States and Israel to Hamas and the Taliban is as offensive as it is misguided, ignoring the differences between democracies governed by the rule of law and contemptible organizations that engage in terrorism at best discredits one intended argument and at worst reflects deep-seated prejudice from her own party. Some have decried this effort as a political game. Mr. Speaker, I assure you this is no political game. This resolution is not about engaging in a tit-for-tat with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. This is about keeping someone with a long record of anti-Semitic and anti-Israel bias off the Foreign Affairs Committee, which needs objective emissaries for our foreign policy. Even the Democrat former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Eliot Engel, said that Representative Omar's anti-Semitic comments have no place in the Foreign Affairs Committee or the House of Representatives. That was in addition to the previously mentioned joint statement from 12 of the gentlelady's Democrat colleagues. The facts are clear. Representative Omar has espoused anti-Semitic and anti-Israel rhetoric time and again. She cannot be an objective contributor to the work of the committee, and she has brought dishonor to the House of Representatives. This body, this committee, which is viewed by nations around the world as speaking for Congress on matters of international importance and national security, should not have a seat for a member who would bring such dishonor to that committee. I encourage all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this resolution, to say with one voice that the United States House of Representatives does not condone hate, and to reaffirm we will always condemn anti-Semitism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to Representative Dean Phillips of Minnesota, also a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Ilhan Omar and I are products of remarkably different life experiences. Hers began by fleeing civil war in Somalia before immigrating to the United States after 4 years in a Kenyan refugee camp, an experience that few, if any of us in this room could possibly imagine. My family came to America a century before hers, seeking the same safety, security, and opportunity as they fled Russian pogroms targeting Jewish people in Eastern Europe. And my life began by losing my father in the Vietnam War, an American tragedy that may well have been prevented had this very chamber been filled with more voices like Ilhan Omar's. Now, don't get me wrong. Representative Omar and I regularly disagree on policy, both domestic and foreign, and she has at times used words that have caused concern, offense, and even personal pain to me and others. She and I have spoken face to face on those occasions, and she has apologized, and she continues to learn from those missteps. Furthermore, she has never posted a video depicting herself decapitating and killing fellow members of Congress. She doesn't question whether a plane really smashed into the Pentagon on 9/11. She does not wonder if school shootings in America are staged. She has not propagated the absurd notion that space lasers financed by the Rothschild family are the cause of wildfires in California. She has never equated vaccine mandates with Adolf Hitler. And she has never, ever expressed support for executing leaders of the United States Congress. Now, being a conspiracy theorist alone is not grounds for removal from committees, I'll admit that. But depicting violence or supporting violence against fellow members of Congress is grounds for removal, be it a Democrat or a Republican. But no one has accused Representative Omar of depicting or supporting violence against anyone in this chamber. So why will 90% of Jewish members of the United States House of Representatives vote to maintain her committee assignment? Quite simply, because we believe in the human capacity to learn from mistakes, to make amends, and that atonement should be rewarded, not punished. We also believe that the most dangerous acts by elected officials in a democracy are to silence voices of dissent, even those with which we fundamentally disagree. And that's what this is about, silencing and canceling. How ironic. Furthermore, this is the very weaponization of anti-Semitism that I, as a Jewish person, find repulsive, I find dangerous, and above else, shameful. Yes, shameful. So to my friends across the aisle, if you really are sincere about defeating anti-Semitism in America, how about ask us? How about ask us what we need? And let me assure you, you might be surprised by the answer. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The
Reserve.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves, and the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes from the representative from the great state of Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the resolution to remove Congresswoman Omar from the House Foreign Affairs Committee for her anti-Semitic speech, comments, and rhetoric. No doubt, words have meaning. When a member of Congress stands in this chamber, or at home, or in their district, the nation and the world pays attention to what they say and how they say it. When a member of Congress makes hateful and anti-Semitic remarks, they're amplified. They are magnified. Even more so when that member sits on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. The committee tasked with helping set policy and providing oversight over our nation's relationship with Israel and with Jewish communities around the world, it is imperative that this body not only speaks against anti-Semitism, but also holds accountable those who spread such hateful beliefs. As our nation's leaders, we have the ability and the responsibility to help combat anti-Semitism and ensure that our children, tomorrow's leaders, are taught that such rhetoric is unacceptable. Let's be clear, anti-Semitism has no place in the halls of the Congress, nor in our national conversation, and I stand here today in solidarity with the Jewish community to send a strong message that the United States House of Representatives does not tolerate such behavior. I urge my colleagues to support the resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the minority whip, Catherine Clark.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania for yielding. The Speaker of the House wrote this week that removing Democrats from their committees was motivated by integrity. Integrity? Is that the quality of honesty and acting with moral principle? There is no integrity here. Congresswoman Omar is a committed, hardworking, and highly valued member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. A refugee and a survivor of war, she knows firsthand how much is at stake in its work. It is too serious of a subject to be subjected to partisan games by the Republican majority. But that's how the GOP has decided to govern. Not with solutions, but with political stunts. How can my colleagues across the aisle talk about integrity and honor as they empower the most extreme voices in their party, as they claim due process has been added in when there is none, as they promote conspiracy theories?
Fired.
Can I move through 30 seconds?
I hereby yield 30 seconds.
As they stack some of our most critical committees with election deniers. It is too late to inject integrity into this sham process. But we, as members, can inject our own by voting no on this resolution.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania
reserves.
Is reserving. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from the great state of New York, Nicole Malliotakis.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard from my colleagues the reasons why the Representative Omar should be removed from this committee, but I feel like all the reasons have not just yet been stated, which is why I rise to add for the record. We've heard about the comments that were made regarding anti-Semitism and anti-Israeli views, But I rise to add to the record that as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I've sat there and heard the representative actually spew anti-American rhetoric as well. I've been in that committee room where the representative equates Israel and the United States to Hamas and the Taliban. Absolutely unacceptable for a member of that committee. I've also heard the representative equate that it is the United States' fault that there is turmoil in Venezuela, that is not because of the oppressive socialist and communism that has spread throughout Central and South America, in Venezuela at the hands of the Maduro and Hugo Chavez regimes. That is unacceptable. And as a New York representative, to hear the representative belittle, to try to diminish the worst terrorist attack on United States soil on September 11, 2001, as some people did something, that is unacceptable as well. And I hold the same standard for this side of the aisle that I do the other, because when another colleague on my side said something about 9/11, I also voted to have her removed from the Education Committee because I thought that was inappropriate. So I'm being consistent here, and I hope my colleagues will do the same to show that this is about consistency and accountability, because we should not have an individual with those views on the committee that is tasked with representing our country and our Congress to foreign nations. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the former Majority Leader, Representative Steny Hoyer of Maryland.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make the point. The two individuals that we removed from committees were not removed for their speech. They were removed because they made threats against other members. This one was made before the representative came. Mr. Gosar's, of course, was made during. But both were removed because of the threat they posed to 3 of our colleagues. Not because of their speech, but because of their threat. With an AK-47 or AR-15, I'm not sure which that gun is. And promoting themselves as the biggest nightmare to 3 of our colleagues. And Mr. Gosar portraying the murder of one of our colleagues. There is no equivalency here. We believe in free speech, however hateful that speech is. And I will tell you, I take a back seat to no one in this chamber to my support of Israel and against anti-Semitism. To no one.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Seconds.
Thank you.
But the equivalency that has been made here is absolutely without merit. And you go down a terrible road. I do not agree with the statements that were made. I oppose them. I said on this floor that I opposed them. But by golly, there are a whole lot of your folks over there that I disagree with vehemently, who rationalized insurrection and would be a reason for me to vote for having them off a committee. But that's not how we operate. But if a member threatens another member, that is a different kettle of fish altogether.
Time has expired.
I support this. I oppose this resolution and urge its rejection. I yield back the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to please direct your comments to the chair.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from the great state of Indiana, Ms. Spartz.
The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to comment on this resolution. Our country was founded on the principle of protection rights of minority, and it is constitutional republic for a reason, because our founding fathers understood that majority rule can lead to tyranny of majority, mob rule, and dictatorship. Last Congress Speaker Pelosi and Democrat majority took unprecedented actions, removing minority party from committees members. They also eliminated resolution of inquiry, which were used against Republican administration, and also eliminated the ability for minority party. It was very disappointed. So what I ask, I want to differentiate this resolution, Speaker McCarthy, and he added explicitly to this resolution to make sure that we apply the same standard not just to Democrats, but also to Republicans, and it's actually stated in this resolution, and also added that, we might look at the process of appeal. And I agree with gentle lady from Pennsylvania that we didn't have any due process because it was unprecedented what done was by her party. So maybe Ethics Committee at least have an ability to look if there is a way to look at the process if that's going to be continued. But I hope maybe we can reconcile it and have a better collaboration as two parties, as we were talking today at the press breakfast on the bipartisan basis. But I think it's important for us to really look at us as a body and start respecting minority. And unfortunately, the other party started this unprecedented action when they won the majority. And we have to work on that, how we can reconcile. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I completely concur with the gentlelady from Indiana that we need a better process and one that affords due process, but this resolution does not. With that, I yield 4 minutes to the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, former chairman, Representative Meeks of New York.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Madam Chair, it is undeniable that Representative Omar has made what has been considered to be offensive anti-Semitic comments in the past. It is also undeniable that Representative Omar has apologized, learned, and been a reliable and productive member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. And I've watched her work with her colleagues on both sides of the aisle. She cares about her country. She cares about our national security. She cares about diplomacy. Her perspective is invaluable to the House Foreign Affairs Committee. She's a refugee and the only African-born Muslim member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. We know that diverse perspectives strengthen our policymaking and national security. Losing Representative Omar's voice on the committee to extremist politics would be a shameful mark on this body, harmful to the interests of the American people and our image abroad, and damage to democracy itself. I also know the sheer hypocrisy of Speaker McCarthy and members of his party looking to deny Representative Omar a seat on the Foreign Affairs Committee is rich. This resolution is not about addressing dishonor or respect for the House. This resolution is not about addressing anti-Semitism. If it were, there'd be other members named in this resolution. For example, on October 18th, on October of 2018, a Republican member tweeted, "We cannot allow Soros, Steyer, and Bloomberg to buy this election and get out the vote for Republicans November 6th, MAGA." That was the Speaker of the House. The tweet included a video featuring the member discussing George Soros, Tom Steyer, and former New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg, all Jewish men who are significant donors of the Democratic campaigns and causes. Were these the only wealthy Democratic donors he could choose from? Jewish money buying elections is a stereotype about the Jewish faith popular among the alt-right. And I recall no apology, unlike Representative Omar, to or for this tweet. This is far from the only example of the hypocrisy. Representatives on the Republican side have defended and agreed with well-known white supremacist and anti-Semite Nick Fuentes and spoken at Fuentes events. Other Republican members have claimed the Zionist supremacists are conspiring to flood Europe and with migrants in order to replace the white populations there. My Republican colleagues have quoted Adolf Hitler in congressional remarks promoted the Great Replacement theory and invited a Holocaust denier to the State of the Union. And finally, when this Congress moved the House resolution condemning anti-Semitism, there was only one member that voted against it, and it wasn't a Democrat. So why is this member being targeted today? We don't have time to go through the entire list of objectionable remarks that the other side has made. The point is, none of these comments caused any of the members who made them to be removed from committees. Not removed from the Education and Labor Committee, not removed from the Judiciary Committee, not removed from the Armed Services Committee, not removed from the Homeland Security Committee. A blatant double standard is being applied here. Something just doesn't add up. And what is the difference between Rep. Omar and these members? Could it be the way that she looks?
Time is
expired. Could it be her religious practices? Could it be?
15 seconds.
Because it's clear, if she were on the other side of the aisle, we would not be having this debate today. That is absolutely clear. The GOP was not outraged when Donald Trump broke bread with the anti-Semitic Holocaust deniers at his Florida mansion. There was no outrage when Donald Trump tweets deployed images of the Star of David and stacks of currency.
Gentleman's time is expired.
We need to vote no and stand up for democracy. And democracy means
gentleman's time is expired.
Representative Omar needs to remain and be productive on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. And I yield back the battle for my time.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would yield 3 minutes to the representative from the great state of New York, Mr. Lawler.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of House Resolution 76. This is not about vengeance or retribution. It is about accountability. I represent New York's 17th District, home to one of the largest Jewish populations in the country. Between Westchester, Rockland, Putnam, and Dutchess counties, I represent almost 100,000 constituents that practice the Jewish faith. I take the scourge of anti-Semitism very seriously. It is something that must be rooted out in our society, as well as in the halls of Congress. No one who peddles in anti-Semitic activity, behavior, or language should have any right to serve on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, which has an incredibly important role to play in partnering with our strongest ally, the State of Israel. Two of my predecessors, Ben Gilman and Elliot Engel, served as chairs of this important committee. Israel's continued existence as a beacon of liberty, democracy, and peace in the Middle East serves as a model for other nations in the region and is something we should be celebrating, not demeaning. Comments made by members of this body about support for Israel being all about the Benjamins, or that the State of Israel is engaging in apartheid, are appalling, wrong, and disqualifying. Additionally, those who dismiss 9/11 as some people who did something, are you kidding me? It was a terrorist attack. It wasn't some people doing something. Or to equate the United States and Israel, both democratic nations, to the Taliban and Hamas, and those who promote the anti-Semitic BDS movement, you're damn right they deserve to be held accountable. As a member that represents a district that suffered greatly due to 9/11 and still has constituents grappling with the effects of that horrific, tragic day, dying of 9/11 health-related situation, I find those remarks jarring and alarming and insulting. To be clear, the representative can say whatever the heck she wants, but we don't have to accept it or embrace it. Individuals who hold such hateful views should rightly be barred from that type of committee. We cannot let the poisonous ideology of anti-Semitism permeate into policy decisions that impact the lives of millions of Jews around the world. And I will stand up to anti-Semitism and defend Israel's right to exist and the right of Jews everywhere to practice their faith peacefully and safely. This is not about silencing anyone. The rise in anti-Semitism is significant.
The gentleman's time has expired.
And these hate crimes have not been prosecuted.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Yield the gentleman another 15 seconds.
Words matter. Rhetoric matters. It leads to harm. And so the Congresswoman is being held accountable for her words and her actions. And that is why I support this resolution.
Gentleman's time has expired. The woman from Pennsylvania, recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Representative Ocasio-Cortez.
All right, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Now, as a fellow New Yorker, I think one of the things that we should talk about here is also one of the disgusting legacies after 9/11 has been the targeting and racism against Muslim Americans throughout the United States of America, and this is an extension of that legacy. Consistency, there is nothing consistent with the Republican Party's continued attack except for the racism and incitement of violence against women of color in this body. I had a member of the Republican caucus threaten my life, and you all and the Republican caucus rewarded him with one of the most prestigious committee assignments in this Congress. Don't tell me this is about consistency. Don't tell me that this is about a condemnation of anti-Semitic remarks when you have a member of the Republican caucus who has talked about Jewish space lasers and an entire amount of tropes and also elevated her to some of the highest committee assignments in this body. This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me, because I didn't get a single apology when my life was threatened. Thank you.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Reserve at this time, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Representative Presley.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the rhetoric and resolution from across the aisle, our colleagues who seek to make history for all the wrong reasons. I rise on behalf of every little girl who sees herself in the leadership of Congresswoman Omar. She is a mother, daughter, refugee, advocate, skilled policymaker, a duly and decisively elected third-term member to the U.S. House of Representatives. I have spent time in the Minnesota 5th. I have seen her pull her community through grief and loss. I have seen her stand arm in arm on picket lines with our educators and our nurses. I have seen her pass historic legislation to feed our babies in our schools. She has built coalitions, given constituents in crisis a sense of agency, and centered to most marginalized in word and deed. No matter how embattled, no matter how racially profiled, no matter how targeted, she has pressed on for peace over militarization, human rights at home and abroad, a world where education is a fundamental right, where gender equity is recognized. I want to live in that world. Let me make it plain.
The gentlewoman's time is expired.
Ilhan Omar is right where she belongs.
The gentlewoman's time is expired.
Is needed on the Foreign Affairs Committee. Her clarity, conviction,
the gentlewoman's time is expired and she is no longer recognized. The gentleman from Mississippi.
Madam Speaker, at this time I yield 1 minute to my friend from the great state of Florida, Mr. Jimenez.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Anti-Semitism has no place on the Foreign Affairs Committee. I say it again, anti-Semitism has no place on the Foreign Affairs Committee. That's why Representative Omar has no place specifically on the Foreign Affairs Committee, where Israel's security is one of the issues of critical importance. Without a doubt, the Democratic Jewish State of Israel is America's strongest ally in the Middle East and has a fundamental right to exist. Representative Omar has repeated anti-Semitic canards and perpetuated hateful tropes against the Jewish community, and her comments have compromised the ability of the House Foreign Affairs Committee to conduct its official business. I urge my colleagues to vote in the affirmative to remove Representative Ilhan Omar from the Foreign Affairs Committee. Thank you, and I yield back.
All right, the gentleman from Mississippi is reserved, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Missouri, Representative Bush.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
St. Louis and I rise in support of Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
I've been to her district. I've spoken with her constituents. We visited marginalized communities globally together. This institution is better because of her leadership, and the Foreign Affairs Committee benefits from her perspective. So let's talk about what's really happening. Republicans are waging a blatantly Islamophobic and racist attack on Congresswoman Omar. And I've said it before, I will say it again. The white supremacy happening is unbelievable. This is despicable. It is Congresswoman Omar who has been harassed at her job for simply existing as a Muslim woman in Congress. It is she who has been attacked by a member of this body, ridiculing her as a potential terrorist for simply existing as a Muslim woman in this Congress. So rather than bring an actual accountability, any accountability to Congress, they bring this offensive resolution to the floor. This is just a bunch of racist gaslighting. We all know it. Vote no.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves, and the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
We reserve at this time.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Representative Swalwell.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, when I heard that we're going to remove a member of this House from their committee for anti-Semitism, I raced down here because I thought, finally, in this chamber, there's going to be some accountability from this conference that continues to allow its members to root for rioters, to show sympathy for the insurrection, a conference that harbors a wanted international criminal and has members who choose violence over voting every single day, finally. And so I thought, we're going to hold someone accountable for anti-Semitism. Surely it's the author of this tweet. Kanye, Elon, Trump, October 6th, written by Chairman Jim Jordan. October 8th, what does Kanye say? I'm going to declare DEFCON 3 on the Jews. So surely this tweet came down, right? Came down, was deleted. No, 2 more months it was kept up. 2 more months. So don't come here looking at us for anti-Semitism. Look in your own damn mirror before you ever come over here. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves, and the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I reserve, Madam Speaker.
Okay, the woman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
How much time do we have left?
10.25 minutes.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington State, Representative Jayapal.
And the representative is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this is a revenge resolution that seeks to remove Representative Ilhan Omar's strong and necessary voice from the Foreign Affairs Committee. It is an attempt to silence her simply because you do not agree with her views and you cannot begin to understand her lived experience. Her lived experience as a war survivor, as a refugee, as somebody who brings an experience to this body that you're not even trying to understand. We have previously voted in a bipartisan manner to remove individuals from their committee assignments because of their violent actions that endangered the safety of their colleagues. That is not what today is about. Today is about revenge. It is also about the fact that Republicans want to distract the American people from the fact that they have absolutely no legislation to bring to the floor that is actually about helping the American people with their costs, with dealing with inflation. You don't have any solutions, so you're trying to distract with these inane,
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Absurd, absolutely absurd resolutions. Vote no.
Remind members to direct their remarks to the chair, and the woman from the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves, and the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I reserve as well at this time.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Representative Schiff.
And the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this resolution. First, as to the false pretext, 2 members of the Republican conference were removed from committees for inciting violence, encouraging violence against their colleagues. There is nothing at all at issue like that here. You want to introduce a resolution to condemn someone for inciting violence against their colleagues or against people here in Congress? Introduce a resolution against Donald J. Trump. No one has incited more violence against this chamber than Donald Trump. Now let me talk about anti-Semitism. Do not insult our intelligence by suggesting this is about anti-Semitism. You want to introduce a resolution against someone guilty of anti-Semitism? Introduce a resolution against someone dining with anti-Semites, someone dining with white nationalists, members of your conference who are speaking at white nationalist rallies. Introduce a resolution against Donald J. Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Paul Gosar, and others. But do not
the gentleman's time has
insult our
expired.
intelligence by saying this is about anti-Semitism.
The gentleman's time
Vote
has
no on this
expired.
resolution.
The woman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Representative Pocan.
And the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
This is a new low. The majority party uplifts and seats on committees a member who has a history of pathological lying, but wants to remove someone who even Republican members of Congress admit is a talented member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. Want to oust people for what they've said? How about a member of the majority party who said that Jewish space lasers set forest fires in California? No, she's seated on a committee. Multiple Republican members have said prominent Jewish Democrats essentially bought control of Congress. But they're not only given full congressional privileges, but you elect them to GOP leadership. Republicans only draw the line when an incredibly productive member of a committee says something that she's apologized for. That doesn't add up. This clearly isn't about what Ilhan Omar said as much as who she is. Being a smart, outspoken black woman of a Muslim faith is apparently the issue. And some Republicans can't handle it, so they're going to kick her off the committee. Unbelievable bigotry. Shame on you. I yield back.
The woman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
At this time, we reserve, Madam Speaker.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Representative Schakowsky. No? Come on.
The representative is recognized for 1 minute.
We didn't tell her. No. Does that count against us?
My colleagues, I stand before you as a proud Jew and a proud friend and colleague of Ilhan Omar. I don't need any of you to defend me against anti-Semitism. My friend Ilhan Omar, we have worked together to the values that I treasure as an American Jew and that she treasures as an American member of the Islamic woman, the only one on the Foreign Affairs Committee. That is the third largest religion in the world, and we in the United States of America. I am just furious. We have seen all kinds of anti-Semitism from the other side of the aisle, and as Americans, we should be.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Vote no on this. We need
the gentlewoman's
to defend
time
our
has expired.
values as Americans and me as a Jew.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve at this time.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Representative Tlaib.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Desperation. So desperate to distract the American people from their total inability to govern. The GOP is now doing what it is best at, weaponizing hate against a black, beautiful Muslim woman. Congresswoman Omar's lived experience as a refugee and a child of survivor of war should be welcomed on this committee. It is needed. When you can't pass any bills that actually improve the people's lives, they turn Congress into a place of fear-mongering hate. It is so painful to watch. How ironic that the so-called lovers of personal freedom are now moving to censor Congresswoman Omar in the same week they introduced a bill to ban federal employees from engaging in censorship. Where are the free speech warriors today? The hypocrisy is obvious to the American people. You are showing who you all are, really.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Omar will not be silenced.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
To Congressman Omar, I am so sorry, sis, that our country is failing you today through this chamber. You belong
The gentlewoman
in that
is no
committee.
longer recognized, and the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
How much time do I have?
5¼ minutes.
I yield to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Representative Omar, to close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This debate today, it's about who gets to be an American. What opinions do we have to have to be counted as Americans? This is what this debate is about, Madam Speaker. There is this idea that you are a suspect if you are an immigrant, or if you are from certain parts of the world, or a certain skin tone, or a Muslim. It is no accident that members of the Republican Party accused the first Black president, Barack Obama, of being a secret Muslim. It is no accident that former President Donald Trump led a birther movement that falsely claimed he was born in Kenya. Because to them, falsely labeling the first and only President of the United States of America a Muslim and African immigrant somehow made him less American. Well, I am Muslim. I am an immigrant, and interestingly, from Africa. Is anyone surprised that I am being targeted? Is anyone surprised that I am somehow deemed unworthy to speak about American foreign policy, or that they see me as a powerful voice that needs to be silenced? Frankly, it is expected, because when you push power, power pushes back. Representation matters. Continuing to expand our ideas of who is American and who can partake in the American experiment is a good thing. I am an American who was sent here, by her constituents to represent them in Congress, a refugee who survived the horrors of a civil war, someone who spent her childhood in a refugee camp, someone who knows what it means to have a shot at a better life here in the United States, and someone who believes in the American dream and the American possibility and the promise and the ability to participate in the democratic process. That is what this debate is about. There is an idea out there that I do not have objective decision making because of who I am, where I come from, and my perspective. But I reject that. We say there is nothing objective about policymaking. We all inject our perspective, our point of views, our lived experiences, and the voices of our constituents. That's what democracy is about. So what is the work of the Foreign Affairs Committee? It is not to co-sign the stated foreign policy of whatever administration is in power. It's about oversight. It's to critique and to advocate for a better path forward. But most importantly, it is to make the myth that American foreign policy is intrinsically moral a reality. So I will continue to speak up because representation matters. I will continue to speak up for little kids who wonder who's speaking up for them. I will continue to speak up for families around the world who are seeking justice, whether they are displaced in refugee camps or they are hiding under their beds somewhere like I was, waiting for the bullets to stop. because this child, survivor of war, would have wanted that. The 9-year-old me would be disappointed if I didn't talk about the victims of conflict, those that are experiencing unjust wars, atrocities, ethnic cleansing, occupation, or displacement like I did. They are looking to the international community and the United States, asking for help. They look to us because the international community and the United States profess the values of protecting human rights and upholding international law. So we owe it to them not to make this a myth, but a reality. I didn't come to Congress to be silent. I came to Congress to be their voice. And my leadership and voice will not be diminished if I am not on this committee for one term. My voice will get louder and stronger, and my leadership will be celebrated around the world as it has been. So take your vote or not. I am here to stay, and I am here to be a voice against harms around the world and advocate for a better world. I yield back.
Okay, the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. In closing, I want to adopt the comments that were made by then Chairman of Foreign Affairs, Eliot Engel. In late February 2019, Chairman of Foreign Affairs, Engel, after a third anti-Semitic statement in just over 2 weeks, 17 days to be exact, then Chairman Engel said these words: "It is unacceptable and deeply offensive to call into question the loyalty of fellow American citizens based on their political views, including support for the U.S.-Israel relationship. We all take the same oath." Worst, Representative Omar's comments leveled that charge by invoking a vile anti-Semitic slur. Chairman Engel went on to say that such comments have no place in the Foreign Affairs Committee or the House of Representatives. I agree with the statements made by Chairman Engel. Not only do Representative Omar's comments have no place in the Foreign Affairs Committee, I hold that anyone who makes such statements have no place serving on the Foreign Affairs Committee. And I ask all members to support this resolution removing Ms. Omar from the Committee on Foreign Affairs. And I yield back.
All right, the gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 83, the previous question is ordered on the resolution and the preamble. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in favor say no. No. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it and the resolution is agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
We ask for a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman ask for the yeas and nays?
Ask for yeas and nays.
Okay, the yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number. Okay, I'm just making sure everyone has an opportunity to rise. Okay, a sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this is a 15-minute vote on the adoption of the resolution and will be followed by a 5-minute vote on adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 9. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 218, the nays are 211, with one answering present. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 9, on which the ayes and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 9, Concurrent Resolution denouncing the horrors of socialism.
The question is on adoption of the concurrent resolutions. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 328, the nays are 86, with 14 answering present. The concurrent resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House be in order. Would members please remove their conversations outside? The House be in order. Members, please remove your conversations out into the halls. The House be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for the purpose of announcing the schedule for next week.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House will meet next Monday at 12 noon for morning hour and 2 p.m. for legislative business. On Tuesday, the House will meet at 10 a.m. for legislative business. At 9 p.m., the House and Senate will assemble for a joint session to receive President Biden's address on the State of the Union. Members should be seated in the House chamber by 8:25 p.m. On Wednesday, the House will meet at 10 a.m. for morning hour and 12 p.m. for legislative business. On Thursday, the House will meet at 9 a.m. for legislative business. And we will be considering several bills under suspension of the rules during the week. The complete list of suspension bills has been posted on the clerk's website. Next week, the House is expected to consider a number of bills under rules. H.R. 185 to terminate the requirement imposed by the director of CMS for proof of COVID-19 vaccination for foreign travelers and for other purposes. H.R. 185 rescinds the Biden administration's vaccine requirement on travelers who are coming to visit the United States. The House is also expected to consider H.J. Res. 26, disapproving the District of Columbia's City Council Revised Criminal Code Act of 2021. H.J. Res. 26 makes it clear that Congress does not approve of the City Council's radical decision to reduce penalties for a variety of crimes, including many violent crimes. Finally, we expect to consider H.J. Res. 24, disapproving the action of the District of Columbia's City Council in approving the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022. What this resolution would do is reverse the decision by the D.C. Council that would allow illegal aliens to vote. As we all know, our southern border has been wide open under President Biden. Millions of people have come into our country illegally, and he continues to keep that border open. We've talked about bringing legislation to this floor, which we're working on in committee, to secure America's border. But in the meantime, the idea that allowing people that are here illegally to vote here not only undermines one of our most sacred rights in the United States, but it also sends the wrong message to those who are seeking to come into our country illegally. We need President Biden to close the southern border, secure the southern border, get back to a legal process of immigration. That's what H.J. Res. 24 would do. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would be happy to yield to my friend, the new minority whip of the House from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark.
I thank the gentleman, and it is my privilege to join my first colloquy, to stand here on behalf of the Democratic Caucus, and it is a pleasure to be with you, and thank you for the small promotion, however brief. And I really do appreciate the insight into the week ahead, although it does seem to have a very local flavor to it. And I have to express my dismay that once again, the House Republican majority is putting forward an agenda designed to score points rather than address the very real challenges faced by Americans. Next week, President Biden will return to this chamber for the State of the Union. And under his leadership, House Democrats have lowered costs, we've created great paying union jobs, and we have made communities safer. We've spurred a period of renewed opportunity. 10.7 million new jobs, the lowest unemployment rate in half a century, and wage growth that is outpacing inflation. But that work has seemed to have ground to a halt. Here's what we've seen from the majority over the last month. The first bill of the 118th Congress was a bill that helps billionaires dodge their taxes and added $114 billion to the deficit. They continued their assault on reproductive freedom and are threatening economic disaster in order to cut Social Security and Medicare, and filling our schedule with hollow, symbolic stunts. The American people are in the GOP's rearview mirror. It's politics over people, plain and simple. And our constituents and the American people are seeing this. A recent national poll found that 73% of Americans say House Republicans haven't paid enough attention to the country's most important problems. The American people don't see themselves in the Republican agenda. And I would ask the majority leader, what does he say to them? Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady for yielding back. And what I would first say to the American people is thank you for giving the Republicans the House majority to finally stop this mad rush towards socialism that we've seen in the last 2 years by the Biden administration. The taxing, the spending, the out-of-control policies that have led our country into one of the worst economic times we've ever seen. Inflation through the roof to the point where families can't even afford to put gasoline in their car. Inflation through the roof to the point where families can't even go to the grocery store and buy all the things that they would want. That's what the American people surely were fed up with. And the good news is, as I thank them for giving the Republicans the majority, which they did in the last election, Republicans have already gone to work delivering for those families. We've actually brought, it's interesting, you know, as the gentlelady talks about scoring points, we've scored a number of points for those American people to the point where we've actually had a number of Democrats vote with us. The bills that were called partisan just 2 weeks ago, we brought a bill to the floor to say, on energy, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is supposed to be America's security blanket in case that there's some major disruption with American energy supply. And I'm not talking about the disruption we've seen from President Biden's attack on American energy, which has been so severe that it's made our country dependent on foreign nations again, which is unconscionable when we can produce our own energy cleaner, better than anybody else in the world. But it said if you're going to raid, Mr. President, that Strategic Petroleum Reserve, you surely can't do it to sell it to China. And it was called partisan when we filed it. What's interesting is a majority of Democrats actually voted for that legislation, and it's now over in the Senate, and I hope it ends up on President Biden's desk, and I hope he signs it, but if he vetoes it, there was a veto-proof majority that passed that bill. We just brought a piece of legislation a few minutes ago onto the floor to reject the ills of socialism. Not just what we're seeing here in the United States, socialist movement that's been damaging to our economy, but all throughout time, so many examples of socialist dictators killing millions and millions of people. I'm glad to say a majority of Democrats joined with us to vote for that bill. Still a little bit shocking that 86 Democrats were not willing to stand up against the ills of socialism, and that I would consider an extreme position, but clearly there's still work to be done. And the American people, I'm sure, will continue to engage their members of Congress on those issues. But we're going to continue to move policies to help families who are struggling. Energy policies, obviously, and there's more to come on that. The Energy and Commerce Committee just got constituted. They're working now on a good energy security package. The Natural Resources Committee and Transportation Committee are doing the same thing. I had mentioned to the gentlelady earlier on the border, as we would like to see real security from our southern border. I hope President Biden, when he's speaking from the podium here in just a few days, will address that problem. More people have come into our country illegally under President Biden's watch than the entire population of the state of New Mexico. And where it's caused real damage is more than 100,000 young kids, our young kids, have died because of drug overdoses from drugs like fentanyl, because the drug cartels of Mexico now have operational control of America's southern border. That's disgraceful. That's all brought on by President Biden's policies. He could end those today through executive action, reverse the things that he did that created the problem. He won't do that, so I do think it's important that this Congress take that action. We still wait for the president to do it on his own, but we're not going to stand by. We will take our own action and show the country how we can get a secure southern border. I hope that would be a bipartisan vote when we bring that to the floor. The 87,000 IRS agents, I don't know of any member of Congress, I'd love to hear from any of them, who've gotten phone calls from their constituents saying, please double the size of the IRS. Now, what they have said is, please get federal employees back to work, because some people, I've got constituents that have been waiting 2 years for their tax return, and yet you've still got about half of the federal workforce that's working remotely, not coming into work. I've got veterans who call my office all the time who can't get their benefits that they earned. They showed up for work, by the way. They showed up and said, I'm going to go defend the rights of this country, and some of them got injured. Some of them are trying to get their benefits today and can't because some of those people working, getting their full salary at the VA are not showing up for work. People that are waiting for passports to go visit loved ones overseas can't get their passports processed because some federal employees feel they should get their full salary but not show up for work. And so we brought a bill this week to say you should show up for work. Seems pretty basic. It's unfortunate that there were less than a handful of Democrats that joined with us to do that. So we're addressing the needs of those families who are struggling. Some of those votes have been bipartisan, some haven't. But we're going to continue to address them because they're bipartisan issues for America, even if they're not bipartisan in this chamber, and hopefully that improves over time, and I'd be happy to yield to the gentlelady.
I thank the gentleman. I am hearing the exact same rhetoric, the exact same political posturing that I've heard for the last month. It doesn't give the American people any reason to think the GOP's priorities are going to focus on them. Let's just look at what we were able to do as Democrats without a single Republican vote in the Inflation Reduction Act. True cost savings that went and started to go into effect this past month. We delivered a historic victory for seniors. We capped out-of-pocket drug costs at $2,000 a year. We limited insulin copays to $35 a month. We empowered Medicare to negotiate drug prices, and we punished drug companies for predatory price hikes. Once again, every single Republican in the House voted against lowering seniors' pharmacy bills, lowering these costs for our Americans. A Republican member even asked, how are we going to undo that when we get into the majority? And here we are. The House Republicans' campaign platform took direct aim at this historic legislation. So we can vote on sham bills. We can look at what the DC City Council is doing. That is up to the majority to set that agenda. Our agenda is going to remain on lowering costs for Americans, that the issues they talk around their kitchen tables and worry about are the issues we are going to remain focused on. And I would ask the majority leader, will you commit to defending these cost savings, these true victories for our seniors? I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady for yielding. And the good news is we not only have already brought some bills to achieve cost savings, we're going to continue to bring bills to achieve cost savings. And one example, the gentlelady referred to a piece of legislation that deals with drug prices, and it was failed to mention that part of what that bill did was limit about 40% of the life-saving drugs to come to market. We're already seeing right now a reduction in R&D and drugs being developed to cure new diseases because many of those countries that have government fixed pricing also don't have many of the life-saving drugs that America has because of that very policy. And so I'm curious to see which life-saving drugs they don't want to have on the market in America anymore, but you can go to Canada, you can go to France and see a long list, unfortunately, of drugs that you can't get in those countries that you can get in America that save lives every day. But that bill also raised taxes to the tune of over $1 trillion on Americans. It raised spending to the tune of over $1 trillion in America. That has increased inflation. The biggest concern I hear from families who want cost savings is stop the mad spending in Washington. That has not only caused them to have to pay more for everything they buy, it's literally taken a paycheck a year, at least 1 month's pay a year out of their pockets because of all the spending we've seen in the last 2 years in Washington. So just stopping the spending, but also trying to get and rein in that. In fact, we brought a bill this week. We could talk about D.C., we can talk about other places, but all across America, most Americans are saying, let's get back to our lives. Let's end this COVID emergency. And so we announced last week that we were going to bring a bill during this week to end the COVID emergency. What was interesting was after we took the lead, President Biden himself actually acknowledged that it does need to end. Now, he said he wants to wait until May to do it. And what's interesting about waiting until May is it allows the federal government to continue spending billions and billions of dollars under the guise of COVID on things that have absolutely nothing to do with COVID, like paying people not to work. Millions of people today are able-bodied, fully capable of working, and because of the waiving of things like welfare to work requirements, where people can right now get $25,000, $35,000 a year to sit at home and not work. Well, you know what that does? And we want to reverse that policy. If somebody's capable of working, they should be working. We believe in a social safety net for people. If somebody comes on hard times, that's why you have programs there. We are in America. If you want to stay at home and not work, that's your right. Just don't ask that hardworking taxpayer, the single mom who's working 2 jobs, to pay for you to stay at home. What's even bigger in what President Biden has done by having these policies in place that pay millions of people to stay at home at work, you know what that does? That policy by President Biden undermines Social Security, because those millions of people who our seniors are counting on to be in the workforce, who are fully capable, being in the workforce, paying into Social Security so that those who work their whole lives and earn that benefit can have a confidence that it'll be there for them. When you have millions of people being paid by the federal government to stay home, of course it adds trillions to our deficit, but it also takes billions of dollars out of Social Security that we want to put back in. We want to shore up Social Security, but President Biden has undermined it with these policies that pay people not to work. So our bill said, let's end that immediately. Let's get those people back to work who are fully capable of working. Let's shore up Social Security immediately. We shouldn't have to wait more months and months like President Biden said he would want to do. And of course, if we didn't file that bill, he probably never would have wanted to end that emergency. So hopefully, as we continue to lead, we'll see the president follow along. We welcome him to join us in saving this country and getting the country back on track. So we will continue to bring bills to address those many problems our country's facing. I'd yield back.
I have to say I'm disappointed that it seemed like a simple question. Would you support the cap on insulin at $35 a month when 1 in 4 Americans with diabetes didn't take their medication because they simply couldn't afford them? But if the gentleman wants to talk about Social Security, I welcome that discussion. It is clear that Speaker McCarthy, who was just at the White House yesterday, was talking with the president, who underlined the urgency of responsibly raising the debt ceiling, something that Republicans did 3 times under President Trump. But instead, the majority seems more than ready to hold our economy hostage, to risk a global recession, to risk the full faith and credit of the United States, to gut those very programs, Social Security, Medicare, and to put more money in the pockets of the rich. They are using this debt ceiling as a smokescreen. So let's get the facts straight. This is not about new spending. This is about money we already owe. And if we want to go back to a place where Donald Trump really excelled, it was in driving up the deficit. $8 trillion in 4 years under the Trump administration. That is a quarter of our entire debt ceiling. And again, when Donald Trump was in office, spiking our debt ceiling, the debt ceiling was raised 3 times without fanfare. Who benefits from that borrowing? The rich, the very rich, and the ultra-rich. Who do you think, if we don't pay this debt ceiling, is going to take over those payments? Apparently, you think it should be our seniors on Medicare and Social Security, families who are looking for affordable housing, our veterans, our children, our planet. You don't have to take it from me. The majority has made their position perfectly clear. One Republican member said the debt ceiling is an obvious leverage point. Another said the focus of budget cuts has got to be on entitlements. The Republicans' Budget Committee chair has called for eligibility reforms to Social Security and Medicare. The Republican Study Committee has openly proposed raising the retirement age to 70, handing Social Security accounts over to Wall Street, transitioning Medicare to a voucher system. All the while, when they actually are taking action, we're back to the rich, the very rich, and the super rich. First bill passed, adding to the deficit so that billionaires and the very wealthy can avoid paying the taxes that we ask our teachers, our firefighters, our nurses to pay. And what's more, what's waiting on the agenda is a proposal to do away with the IRS. Let's do away with income tax and go to a system of a 30% sales tax. This would be devastating to families at home who are trying to put food on their table, a roof over their families, and have a basic quality of life. So I ask the majority leader, do you agree with your colleagues, or will you join Democrats and keep our seniors and everyday Americans off the chopping block?
I'll thank the gentlelady from yielding. And I earlier pointed out I reject what President Biden did to undermine Social Security. So what we're going to be doing, and Speaker McCarthy brought this up to President Biden yesterday in talking about the debt ceiling, because frankly, I think most Americans have been hungry for us here in Washington to have the same adult conversation that they've been having at their kitchen tables for years, and that is how we can actually get spending under control in Washington. And so we've talked about the problems of paying people not to work. It not only adds to our deficit and debt, it also undermines Social Security. So let's get people back to work who are fully able-bodied. But why don't we talk about the nation's credit card? The debt ceiling is a symptom of Washington's spending problem. And so we are approaching in June, according to Treasury, the end of extraordinary measures where the nation would exceed its debt limit. And what that means for a family is families have credit cards. The credit card has a limit. It's a maximum amount you can spend. Now, many families would not like to spend up to that limit. Some like to pay their credit card off fully at the end of the month. Many don't have that luxury, and so they watch what the maximum is so that they know, okay, if I've got $300 before I hit it, I'm not going to spend $300 because then the card will be declined. Well, if you max out the card, which President Biden has done with his last 2 years, $6 trillion minimum. Those are the conservative estimates. Some estimates go as high as $10 trillion that President Biden has racked up on the nation's credit card. So the $31.3 trillion maximum on the nation's credit card has been hit by President Biden and the Democrat majority spending the last 2 years. Interestingly, when they were doing that spending, they didn't account for raising the cap on spending when they were spending the money. They pushed that off on us. And so now we have to confront this problem that they created. And so the conversation really should be focused on how we stop this from happening, how we stop maxing out the nation's credit card. Because if a family maxed out their credit card, of course they would pay the minimum payment. Of course they would pay the must-dos. Social Security, again, Speaker McCarthy has made it very clear, we are fully committed to supporting Social Security and those promises that have been made, why is it that President Biden, the first thing he threatens is Social Security? $1's coming into the federal government. $1.29 is going out. That's the spending problem. If you really want to break it down to raw numbers, for every dollar the federal government takes in, it spends $1.29. Very few families sustain themselves on that kind of trajectory. So what we are saying is, why don't we try to figure out, Republicans and Democrats, and by the way, this shouldn't be a partisan exercise. Both sides should want to say, if $1's coming in, how do we make sure that only $1 goes out? That's not where we are today. So let's have that conversation. It's a responsible conversation to have. But in the meantime, let's make sure we're paying our debts and talking about how we can make reforms so we don't keep maxing out the nation's credit card. That's what this debt ceiling discussion is about. Because if we just give the president a blank check, which he asked for, and he's not going to get, nobody should just get a blank check. Give me more money so they can just go spend more money. That's not responsible. Let's figure out how we can stop the federal government from continuing to max out the nation's credit card. No better time to have that discussion than after President Biden has maxed out the nation's credit card. So we'll have that conversation, and I think we can get to an agreement where both sides come together and say this is a problem we need to tackle together. Previous presidents have done that, Republican and Democrat, working with Congresses of the other party. I think we can have that conversation. And again, I think most of America has been saying it's about time Washington finally starts having that conversation, because families have been having that conversation at their kitchen tables for decades and generations. And I'd yield.
I thank the majority leader, but I have to disagree. I think the majority is well aware that there is a big difference between our responsibilities around the debt ceiling and spending discussions. And what we have seen be brought together by all the quotes from Republicans laying out that this is their leverage point to cut spending for the basics for the American people. Those are your words, not the words of Democrats or President Biden. And I would completely disagree with this idea that maintaining our full faith and credit for things that we have already agreed on, that is not a blank check. That is not something that benefits President Biden. That is basic fiscal responsibility. And what we have here is a case of hostage taking. The willingness to risk global economic destruction, to put the full faith and credit of the United States in jeopardy, to be able to reduce investments we've made in the American people. What is it you would like to reduce? There is nothing we hear. And when we point out the majority's own words that it is entitlements we're coming after, now we're saying, well, that's not our goal. But let's look at what happened under our last Republican administration. Donald Trump tacked nearly $8 trillion onto our deficit. If that had not occurred, we would not even be at our debt ceiling right now. That would be coming in several years. And $8 trillion on that deficit is a quarter of everything we owe. And when that was occurring, when the spending was going to the very wealthiest of Americans, when my colleagues were last in the majority and Donald Trump would sign their bills, there was no mention of the debt ceiling. But now that we need to protect our seniors, those who are hungry in our communities, those who are still struggling to find health insurance, those who are needing to access security in their communities, to find affordable housing, the investments that we're making in fighting climate change, building resiliency, and protecting our planet, when those things that don't affect the very wealthy and privileged, Those are the things we're willing to put on the chopping block and use the full faith and credit of the United States as leverage? That is a disservice to the American people and is the reason we are seeing polls like I previously cited. The American people see they are not a part of the Republican agenda. This is about stunts, and it is about building the economy that works only for the very wealthy in this country. I would ask that the Republican majority leader look beyond the constituencies of the very wealthy. And I hope that you will find in your agenda in the coming weeks room for our seniors, room for our families, room for joining us in putting people over politics, making sure that we are working, continuing the work that we started in rebuilding our infrastructure, making an investment in jobs. We've created over 1 million jobs in the infrastructure bill every single year for the next 10 years. Those projects are going to be rolling out across this country. We've seen it already with the president's trip to Cincinnati to make sure that we are not only rebuilding our roads and bridges and investing in the American people, but expanding broadband, creating great paying jobs, creating opportunity to help the American people. Sham bills, using our full faith and credit, using the debt ceiling to continue to rig the system for the very wealthiest Americans, that's not what we're about. And I hope that we are going to begin to see an agenda from the GOP that has a glimmer of the American family reflected in it.
Gentlelady, yield on that?
I do.
Thank you, because I appreciate you bringing up a number of the constituencies that we need to fight to help. Let's start with the people that have been struggling the most, the lower and middle income families. They've been struggling the most in the last 2 years. They thrived like never before during those Trump years that are being decried by the left. And why did we see such growth from lower and middle income families into the middle class, into higher income categories? Because we actually cut taxes so that we could be competitive as a nation again and create millions of jobs. We actually created millions of jobs by cutting taxes and making our country competitive, and not keeping money in Washington, but actually freeing up power so that people could control their own destiny again. And those people did take control of their own destiny. Again, we were losing our middle class during the Obama years. We were seeing great American companies leave America. You could get the list of them, and it's a long list, unfortunately. And we said, let's reverse that. Let's fight for those forgotten men and women. The millionaires and billionaires have their attorneys and their accountants and all the folks on the left who took care of those millionaires and billionaires. How about we start fighting for those people that had been left behind, because they were being left behind? And so we said, let's make a tax code that's competitive for them. And if you go back and look, and the good news is there's real data now. You don't have to wonder about it. You know, you can throw away the talking points about the rich that are always thrown out there. The income groups that benefited the most from those tax cuts were the lower and middle income groups. And millions of people became part of the middle class who were left behind. Those are the facts. The data is out there. Some people are angry about that because they still want to live in this false universe where they just decry tax cuts, because that takes power away from Washington. And I think that's what scares the left so much, is when they see people being empowered again to be free to control their own destiny, not bureaucrats and autocrats in Washington taking their money and then telling them what they can get back, telling them how high they can go. How about you break the ceilings and just let people go out and succeed and give them the tools to do it? And if you want to go out and work and succeed and achieve the American dream, it's there for everybody. And we restored that again. By the way, some of those tax cuts expire. I hope the gentlelady and their side will join with us in continuing to keep that tax structure in place so those middle income folks can continue to grow and thrive, but also for our seniors. And this is where the president, I think, is looking for ideas on how we can start living within our means again. And as I will refresh, as the gentlelady talked about spending that's already been done and leverage and full faith and credit to the United States, none of that would even be a discussion point today if, as the Democrats, when they had the House, Senate, and White House for 2 years and spent over $6 trillion of money we don't have, if they also would have addressed the debt ceiling at that time, we wouldn't be standing in this spot. We literally just took the majority weeks ago, and the nation's already hit its debt ceiling because of the spending done not by President Trump. He actually addressed the debt ceiling as we were putting policies in place that grew our economy and created a middle class again. That was already done. The last 2 years, over $6 trillion in spending, but no time seemed to be available to address the debt ceiling. So here we are. And we're willing to have a discussion about how to get control over spending, but they're really good ideas. And in fact, many of these ideas will strengthen Social Security for our seniors. I talked a little bit earlier about getting people that are being paid not to work back into the workforce. That will strengthen Social Security. But how about we restore some of the work requirements that used to be there? And this goes back to Bill Clinton, a Democrat, who signed those work requirements. And again, it helped get more people into the workforce, helped give them a chance to achieve the American dream, but it also strengthened Social Security. When the government's paying people not to work, they're not paying into Social Security. That undermines the program. We should be wanting to strengthen it. By the way, there's also long lists, and believe me, we're going to be getting these lists out, and I hope Democrats will go down with this menu and say, okay, we agree, paying people tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars to get tax credits who don't even have Social Security numbers, who don't even live in America. If a tax credit is there, it's there for people who pay taxes, not for people who manipulate the system because for whatever reason this administration won't even verify a Social Security number. Just doing that verification would save tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars. We're talking about real money. Those things could all help. And these aren't cuts to things. These are savings for fraud, real fraud, waste, and abuse that equals hundreds of billions of dollars. And we've been outlining these things. I haven't found any takers yet, but I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give up. I think eventually we will get a lot of takers on the other side who will recognize this is something we all need to come together and do, because there's no reason that the families who are working hard should be paying for somebody else to cheat the system. And there's many, many examples. We'll continue to highlight them, and we'll actually bring bills to address those exact problems. And all of that should be a part of this discussion so we don't keep maxing out the nation's credit card. But again, nobody just says, here, if their kids maxed out the card, they're not just going to give them a new card and say, go max out the next one. They're going to sit down and have an adult conversation about how you don't put the country in this situation again. I'd yield.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Let's go over the basic facts here just briefly once again. What the House GOP did fight for in 2017 was a $2 trillion in tax giveaways for our largest corporations and for the wealthy, because that's who they work for. The rich, the very rich, and the super rich. And under the Trump administration, we had record job loss of 3 million jobs. So I am prepared to close if you are.
And I would just say on that, you can go look at the tax cuts. After those taxes were cut, the federal government took in more money than it's ever done in the history of the country because more people were working and more lower and middle income people were making higher wages, lifting those at the bottom into the middle class, which was evaporating under the Obama years. So the data is very clear on that, and those tax cuts actually brought more money in to the federal treasury. Anybody wants to dispute it, I challenge them to go to President Biden's Treasury website and find the numbers, because they're there. I'd yield back.
The numbers are there. $8 trillion in deficit under the Trump administration. Direct correlation to a tax policy that only benefits the very wealthy. But I would like to close if the gentleman yields for that.
Happy to yield for that.
I thank him for joining me today. I look forward to many more conversations to come. In the meantime, our caucus is thrilled to welcome the President back to this chamber on Tuesday for a State of the Union address. And we hope the majority will draw some inspiration and work with us in service of the people who sent us here. Let's put people over politics, put them back on the table here in Congress. And with that, I yield back.
And I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and enjoyed our first of many of these colloquies. And as we look towards hearing from the President, which we welcome together into this chamber, I look forward to working with the President to address these problems our country's facing so we can get the country back on track and then focus on the challenges ahead. There will be many more conversations we will have. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet on next Monday, when it shall convene at noon for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address our body for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored, deeply honored to be here today to recognize the life and the legacy of a great man of God named Fred LeMaster. He died January 29th at the age of 92. A life well lived. He was born in Chicago. He graduated high school, went into the Marine Corps as a sergeant, continued his education at the University of Illinois and Rockhurst University. For 30 years, Fred worked for Pepsi in Kansas City and retired as a vice president and general manager. Fred wrote gospel tracts and distributed thousands of these, spreading the good news of Jesus Christ in his later years. He also helped his son and my good friend Scott LeMaster with his charity, taking it to the streets, feeding the homeless, and supporting first responders. Fred leaves behind a wonderful legacy, a love for God, a love for his family, a love for this nation, and a love for humanity. Well done, sir, a good and faithful servant. We salute you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
For roughly 2 decades, Western states have endured extreme drought conditions. This hurts our economy, endangers life, and increases costs for Californians. To avoid importing costly water from distant watersheds, we have to continue to make bold investments to make California more drought resilient. Last year, I brought Secretary Deb Haaland to Orange County to announce a $12.2 million grant for the Irvine Ranch Water District's Siphon Reservoir project. This will expand recycled water storage capacity by 1.6 billion gallons. The recent storms proved just how effective these reservoirs are. Irvine Lake has collected over 1 billion gallons of water so far in January, enough water to serve 11,000 households for a year. I applaud these investments that make full use of water supplies, and I will continue pushing to increase our resiliency and lower costs for families. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the love, dedication, and faithfulness of George and Norma Carpenter of Allen, Michigan. In 1943, in the midst of a war George bravely served in, George and Norma were married. Soon they will be celebrating their 80th anniversary. Throughout the years, George and Norma have continued to set an example for our community, not only through their dedication to each other, but also to their faith as devoted members of Countryside Bible Church. George and Norma are currently 98 and 97 years old, respectively, and are still strong in their health as well as their love for each other. With over 100 descendants, the Carpenters have left a tremendous mark on the community and beyond. I'd like to recognize this remarkable couple and congratulate them as they celebrate their extraordinary milestone. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
I rise to ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to oppose the removal of Congresswoman Omar from the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I begin by asking, what is the crime? You see, this is a question that many in this country have been asking over the last week. What is the crime? Now, many were referring to Tyree Nichols, but I'm asking this question as it relates to Congresswoman Omar. Was her so-called crime allegedly committing fraud in Brazil? Was her so-called crime allegedly breaking campaign finance laws during her election to Congress? Was her so-called crime stealing from a roommate? Was her so-called crime defrauding and outright lying to her constituents? No, none of the above. But these are crimes that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have no qualm in countenancing when it is politically expedient. So I ask again, what is the crime? There are those that have been accused of and or under investigation for participating in attacking our very democracy here on January 6th, and they have been seated on committees. So here we are with our first African-born member of Congress who has not been accused of the above crimes or any crimes, and we are wasting taxpayer dollars debating her removal from her duly appointed position on foreign affairs. Are you shutting me off?
Expired.
Thank you. So I ask again, what is her crime? With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 60th anniversary of the Isabel Bloom Shop in Davenport, Iowa, and what would be the 115th birthday of sculptor Isabel Bloom. The original Isabel Bloom was a Davenport native who attended the Art Institute of Chicago and the Vogue School of Fashion. She and her husband married in 1938 before settling in Davenport with their 3 children in the early 40s. In 1963, Isabel and her husband opened a small studio in Davenport's East Village. Bloom received multiple awards for her ceramics, but her perfected garden art to sell in her store. And her preferred method of base was concrete because it was sturdy and weather resistant. Though ownership has since changed and the Isabel Bloom Shop has continued to grow, the current owners, Donna Young, Kathy Nevins, and Bill Bennett, have stayed true to Bloom's original vision, to create art that brings comfort and joy to their community. As an owner of a few Isabel Bloom pieces myself, I can say that vision rings true. Congratulations to the Isabel Bloom Shop. I wish you many more years of creativity, friendship, and success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H-Res 76, removing Congresswoman Ilhan Omar from the Foreign Relations Committee. Instead of focusing on real issues impacting American families, Republican leadership is attempting to exact political revenge. The effort to remove Rep. Omar is inconsistent with the previous actions taken by the House to remove members from committees. In the past, this has only been used for members who incited violence against other members, and those removals received bipartisan support. The bill is partisan, hypocritical legislation that ignores Republicans' constant refusal to address the violent rhetoric, election denialism, and extreme ideology among their own conference. I am proud to have opposed this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Earlier this week, the House resoundingly passed my bipartisan bill expanding access to capital for Rural Job Creators Act. Rural small businesses face unique challenges that big city businesses do not. Nearly 20% of the U.S. population lives in rural areas, and yet businesses in rural areas raised under 2% of total capital over the last 3 years. My home state of West Virginia is a very rural state where no city has a population greater than 50,000 people. My legislation simply requires the United States Securities and Exchange Commission, as their advocate for small business capital formation, to identify and report to Congress those challenges rural small businesses face when trying to access our capital markets. My bill would make it easier for Congress to do our jobs and make rural small businesses like those in West Virginia, make sure they're not left behind. I hope the Senate takes this bill up very soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Billy Raymond, a letter carrier in my hometown. In October, Francis Raymond, better known as Billy, will celebrate 30 years of carrying mail along the same postal route. Billy's well known to residents on his longtime Delaware County route, and vice versa. Billy knows the names of the kids and dogs on his route, and he greets them on his rounds. 4 years ago, Billy was honored as a member of the prestigious Million Mile Club. That club celebrates postal workers who've safely driven over 1 million miles or served the Postal Service for more than 30 years. The United States Postal Service plays a critical role for our country, connecting family, friends, businesses, and government agencies across the agency. Across the nation. And Billy Raymond is a critical part of that connection in Pennsylvania's 5th District. February 4th is Thank a Letter Carrier Day, so I want to thank Billy Raymond for his dedication and to extend a broader thank you to all of the hardworking postal workers serving at the 60 post offices across my district. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I join my colleagues in celebrating National Girls and Women in Sports Day. Our female athletes deserve a level playing field in competitive sports. Unfortunately, that is under attack today by the far left. The far left's gender interpretation has created chaos in women's sports. Biological men who would otherwise not be competitive in male sports can now identify as women and dominate girls' sports. Time and again, we've seen biological men win championships in women's and girls swimming, running, and wrestling. By distorting reality, the left has made a mockery of competitive sports and has forced many talented female athletes to watch as their dreams are being crushed by biological males. Whatever happened to the fight for Title IX so women's sports and activities could be on their own and have an equal opportunity? It's time for logic and reason to return to the discussion. Biological men have no place competing in women's sports. We have gender-specific sports for a reason. Men and women are biologically different. That's not news. Women and girls deserve to have their own women-only sports. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to speak to the House for 1 minute and revise and extend our remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On International Holocaust Remembrance Day, 7 Jewish worshipers were murdered in cold blood outside a synagogue in Jerusalem. Make no mistake, this was no random act of violence. This was a heinous and cowardly attack rooted in hate, bigotry, and anti-Semitism. In the face of such evil, it is imperative that we come together, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans, committed to fighting against anti-Semitism and defending the sacred relationship between the United States and Israel. Never again is more than a mere hashtag for social media. It is a solemn oath. I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to act against anti-Semitism wherever and whomever it comes from. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate my colleagues on voting to remove Representative Ilhan Omar from the Foreign Affairs Committee. The passage of H.R. 76 sends a strong message that we support Israel and the Jewish community. I urge the 118th Congress to now stand together, proudly upholding every single American, no matter race, pedigree, religion, nor creed, as any less American than their neighbor. that Jewish Americans are patriotic Americans, and that we all have a role in fighting bigotry and anti-Semitism in our country. We must make sure that the House of Representatives reflects such principles as a united body. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because while we wasted our time on ridiculous resolutions, there are real and present attacks on freedom and democracy happening in my home state of Florida at the hand of our governor, Ron DeSantis. This week, our governor launched a full-scale fascist attack on a small and very important institution of higher learning, the New College of Florida. In his quest to stoke the culture war after culture war, Governor DeSantis stacked the Board of Trustees with ultra-conservative lapdogs who immediately fired the New College's president and are now vowing a hostile takeover that will cause harm to thousands of young, queer, and people of color who formerly considered New College a safe haven. I know this school. I love this school. DeSantis has waged a war on education, and we have to be clear, this isn't freedom. And the people of Florida, the students of Florida, will not let this happen without a fight. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to recognize the Farmington High School robotics team, an impressive group of students known as the Rogue Robotics, who exemplify the spirit of giving in Farmington. About 5 years ago, the team received a message from Cillian. Cillian Jackson's father said he is a young boy who lives in Farmington who was born with a genetic condition that makes it hard for him to get around. His father reached out to the team to see if they would be interested in building a custom wheelchair for him. This talented robotics team took on the challenge and built a wheelchair for Cillian. And over the past 5 years, they have built 6 more custom wheelchairs free of charge for children with disabilities across our community. Each member of the Rogue Robotics team has used their talents and expertise to serve our community, and I am tremendously impressed by their talent, hard work, and dedication. Our future in Minnesota is strong with these kids. Thank you for showing us what selfless service looks like. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Vermont seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we can't truly address the mental health crisis in this country without addressing the stigma head-on. For that reason, I rise today to say that I am one of millions of Americans who balances day-to-day life with managing anxiety and depression. It's not always easy for me to share my struggles with mental health, but I know that facing mental health challenges does not make you weak, it makes you human. And it gives others permission and courage to also speak openly. We have to change the national conversation so that we can pull together bipartisan support to finally address our mental health crisis. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to turn their attention to our country's growing mental health crisis. Addressing mental health gets to the root of some of our country's most challenging issues. The issues do not exist within a vacuum. They touch education, they touch housing, they touch substance use disorder. And I will not stop bringing up this issue until our communities feel heard and receive the support they desperately need. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Hawaii seek recognition?
Aloha, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize the life and legacy of Dr. Noah Emmett Awai Aluli, a pillar in the Native Hawaiian community who passed away on November 30th, 2022 at the age of 78. Born and raised in Kailua on the island of Oahu, Dr. Aluli was one of 5 Native Hawaiians in the first graduating class of the University of Hawaii School of Medicine. Even in the final days before passing, Dr. Aluli mentored aspiring doctors, made house calls, and provided care to all generations, from Keiki to Kapuna. Dr. Aluli was also a leader of the Protect Kaho'olawe Ohana, forcing an end to the bombing practices on the island of Kaho'olawe and its return to the state of Hawaii. I will work to continue his legacy to ensure access to health care in rural communities and strengthen pathways to health professions. This weekend, I will fly to Molokai to celebrate his life with his extended ohana, and I ask that my colleagues join me in honoring the legacy of a visionary, Dr. Emmett Aluli. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Black History Month. It's particularly meaningful to me this year because I am so honored to represent the great people of North Carolina's 1st Congressional District. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand here today to celebrate the integral roles that African Americans have played in every aspect of American life. I stand on the shoulders of giants who came before me despite the obstacles in their way and the glass ceilings they had to shatter. And Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate the ideals of Black History Month, I'm reminded of the legacy of my predecessors like the Honorable Eva M. Clayton, the first Black woman to represent North Carolina in the Congress. She and others, all fighting the good fight of faith to ensure young boys and girls can thrive in eastern North Carolina. So, Mr. Speaker, this moment is about taking a look at the past so that we can better shape tomorrow. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to cruel efforts to terminate emergency declarations for COVID-19. We are still very much in the midst of a public health crisis. Moreover, 1 in 5 adults who have had COVID-19 are suffering from prolonged health impacts known as long COVID. Those living with long COVID experience debilitating symptoms which impede their daily lives, from fatigue, cognitive dysfunction, muscle contractions, and heart palpitations. These symptoms are often hard to diagnose, leaving millions feeling as though their pain is invisible. In the Massachusetts 7th, I hear these stories daily. Abruptly ending these public health declarations could jeopardize the health insurance of vulnerable community members, leaving many without barriers to care that quite literally threaten their lives. As we strive for a healthcare system and an economy that works for all, it is imperative that we center the voices of the millions of COVID long haulers still reeling from this pandemic. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, as we begin the month of February that has been designated to educate, but to embrace and confirm the wonderment of America's diversity, as we would in every single important aspect of American life. And it's from our Native Americans to our immigrants of the 1800s and the 1900s and even today. African Americans have their own special history. And so it is very important to rise today to speak specifically about H.R. 40, the Commission to Study Slavery and Develop Reparation Proposals. That legislation should be passed. It should be an executive order. And it connotes the trajectory of the history of those who fought in every revolution, every war, who shed their blood for this nation, but walked in a second-class citizenship, but yet come today to educate and to have people embrace the richness of their history so that we can reconcile and heal. That's what the Commission to Study Slavery and Develop Reparation Proposals is. It's about repairing. Added to that is the Emancipation Trail, which would create a pathway, historic pathway from
The
Galveston to
gentlelady's
Houston
time has expired.
to talk about the pathway of slaves. We are one country with
The
many
gentlelady's
voices.
time has
Let us
expired.
all be heard. I yield back.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 4D of House Resolution 5, 118th Congress, and the order of the House of January 9, 2023, of the following individuals to serve as the governing board of the Office of Congressional Ethics.
Nominated by the Speaker after consultation with the Minority Leader, Mr. Paul D. Vinovich of the District of Columbia, Chair, Mr. Leon Acton Westmoreland of Georgia, Ms. Karen L. Haas of Maryland. Nominated by the Minority Leader after consultation with the Speaker, Mr. Michael D. Barnes of Florida, Co-Chair, Mr. William Paul Luther of Minnesota, Ms. Lorraine C. Miller of Texas.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, I am honored to be offered the opportunity to serve in the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee for the 118th Congress. I was proud to have been chosen to temporarily serve in this committee for several months during the 117th Congress. Unfortunately, at this time, I am unable to accept this position, given the time conflicts with my two other committee assignments. Therefore, I respectfully request to be removed from the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee. Signed sincerely, Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And still I rise, Mr. Speaker. I rise with a message related to the month. This is indeed Black History Month. But I rise with a message that goes far beyond this month. A message that carries with it a moral imperative to do certain things that are on the conscious agenda. So today I will first thank the leadership for allowing me to have this time, this privilege to come to the floor and speak on these issues. I'm grateful to the leadership on both sides of the aisle. I'm grateful because it is a rare privilege that one is accorded when one can stand in the well of the Congress and literally speak to the world. Each time I do it, Mr. Speaker, I ask myself, could you have ever imagined this happening to you? And the answer is always the same: never. So I don't take for granted this privilege that I have. And I'm honored to stand here and represent the 9th Congressional District of Texas. But as a U.S. Congressman, a United States Congressman, I do represent everyone in the country because my votes impact the entirety of the nation. So today, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to talk about several issues that are our moral imperative. These issues will include, first, August 20th as an annual day wherein we will recognize slavery remembrance. We want to inculcate this into the fiber and fabric of our country. Slavery Remembrance Day is important because it is unlike any other day. There are many holidays in this country, and I recognize them. I have no quarrel with them. But in this country, we have certain days that are set aside for us to remember certain events that have been seminal moments in time. 9/11, a seminal moment in time, a day to be remembered. Pearl Harbor, the bombing of Pearl Harbor, December 7th, a seminal moment in time, a day to be remembered. The Holocaust, a seminal moment in time that has impacted the rest of time, should be remembered. All of these are remembrance days, days that we have set aside in this country to remember. Well, August 20th of 1619, the White Lion landed, docked, if you will, at Point Comfort. And the White Lion had on it 20 persons of African ancestry, 20 people who were traded. They traded cargo. They had other things that were desired by the colonies, the colonists, and they traded, they exchanged these things. But they also had 20 people that were exchanged for goods that they desired. These 20 people became the persons that we know as slaves. Slaves who were among the first, if not the first, in this country. There may be some debate about some other circumstance, but generally speaking, August 20th, 1619 is acknowledged as the date that slavery had its ugly face shown in our country. August 20th, 1619. 20 people, human beings, treated like cattle, called chattels. Treated like cattle, called chattels. Chattel slavery. We want to commemorate their lives and all of the millions of lives that followed. Commemorate their lives and commemorate their contributions to the success of this country. America's a great country, but it's great because of these humble hands. There were others who contributed to the greatness, and they've been acknowledged, and many are going to be acknowledged. But the humble hands of slaves have not been properly acknowledged for what they have done to make America the great nation that it is. These humble hands helped to construct this Capitol. They helped to raise the Statue of Freedom that is on top of the Capitol. These humble hands helped to build roads and bridges. They planted the crops. They harvested. They literally were the means by which the nation was fed. These persons were worked, some of them for their entire lives, without remuneration, without compensation. They were kept alive. They were given clothing. They were given food, the necessities of life, only such that many of them could continue to slave their lives away. We don't recognize them for what they've done for this country. The truth is, we revile them. We revile the slaves, those who were enslaved, to be more appropriate. We revile them and we revere the enslavers. Confederate soldiers have been revered across the length and breadth of this country. Confederate soldiers who fought to maintain slavery have been honored and celebrated and appreciated. Confederate soldiers who took the lives of many people, many of whom were not slaves, in the Civil War. Confederate soldiers have been honored, celebrated, and appreciated, but not so with the enslaved persons who are the foundational mothers and fathers and children of this country. They haven't been properly recognized. I mentioned that the Confederate soldiers have been lionized by having their names placed on schools, statues around the country. There's no statue honoring Nat Turner. No statue that I know of. There may be one or two someplace that's unknown to me. But those who fought to liberate the slaves have been demonized. I remember well what I was taught when I was in grade school, how Nat Turner was a bad man. Nat Turner was a liberator. How John Brown was crazy. He was a white man who was a liberator. We've been taught to demonize the liberators, lionize those who would maintain slavery, and literally overlook, marginalize, literally try as best as we can to reshape history as it relates to those who were enslaved. Here's how far we've gone with this. 1956, this Congress, 1956, the Congress of the United States of America accorded a Congressional Gold Medal to Confederate soldiers. Confederate soldiers. The Congress of the United States of America honored Confederate soldiers. Never has this Congress bestowed any honor on the enslaved. It is almost impossible for people of goodwill to comprehend that such a thing occurred. And it's still occurring because we still have places around the country where Confederate soldiers are being lionized. But the slaves, they've not been recognized. No recognition, appreciable recognition for the slaves, the people who helped build the country, foundational mothers and fathers of the country, born into slavery. Babies were slaves for edification purposes. Babies were slaves. If you were born the child of a slave, you were a slave at birth. You lived your entire life as a slave. You died as a slave. At some point, this wrong has to be addressed. I believe that it should be addressed by according the slaves, the persons who were enslaved. They didn't place themselves in this condition. I believe that it should be addressed by according them a Congressional Gold Medal, just as we accorded the Confederate soldiers who sought to maintain slavery a Congressional Gold Medal. That's not asking too much of the country. In this Congress, we're going to give Congressional Gold Medals to people. Yes. Last Congress we did. Why can't we give a congressional gold medal to those who were enslaved? Oh, because that happened centuries ago, because they are no longer with us. Well, we have accorded congressional gold medals posthumously. This would not be the first time. We've done it. The Code Talkers, Tuskegee Airmen, the soldiers who died in Afghanistan. We've done it. The question is, do we have the decency to do for the people who helped build this country what we've done for so many others? Just the decency. I believe that we can and we should do this. It would be historic, but it would be meaningful to a good many people. It would say that we respect those people. We regret what happened to them, but we respect them, and we respect them enough to recognize their lives, not just the work, not the building of the country, but their lives that were sacrificed. I believe it can be done. I believe it should be done. But I'm not alone in my belief. We opened the letter up and started circulating it today. I want to read the names of the persons who have similar beliefs. These are persons who are already on as original co-sponsors, and we will close the opportunity at the end of Black History Month. It is open now to everyone. This is Black History Month. This is a piece of Black history, a seminal piece of Black history. And we're going to tell you who believes that a congressional gold medal ought to be accorded. Persons who sacrificed, whose lives were sacrificed to make America the great country it is. The Honorable Maxine Waters, first on the list. The Honorable Benny Thompson. The Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee. The Honorable Danny Davis. The Honorable Jim McGovern. For fear that someone may just be tuning in or starting to follow what we're doing, I'm announcing the names of persons who have allowed their names to be associated with the Congressional Gold Medal legislation that we will be filing at the end of this month, this Black History Month. I will continue with the names. The Honorable Brad Sherman, the Honorable Barbara Lee, the Honorable Emmanuel Cleaver, the Honorable Yvette Clarke, the Honorable Hank Johnson, the Honorable Jerry Connolly, the Honorable Kwasi Mfume, the Honorable David Cicilline, the Honorable Joaquin Castro, the Honorable Mark Veazey, the Honorable Pete Aguilar, the Honorable Ted Lieu, the Honorable Adriano Espaillat, the Honorable Colin Allred, the Honorable Lizzie Fletcher, the Honorable Sylvia Garcia, the Honorable Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the Honorable Ilhan Omar, the Honorable Ayanna Pressley, the Honorable Troy Carter, the Honorable Greg Cesar, the Honorable Jasmine Crockett, the Honorable Bonnie Watson Coleman. I trust that there will be more names that I will be permitted to announce at a future point in time. Remember, historic legislation, original co-sponsorship closes at the end of Black History Month. The last day, it will close at the end of this month. This legislation is designed to be brought to the attention of the House this month. So we will close it and we will file it on the last day of this month. I believe that should we do this, and we should, if we do this, I believe that it will make a difference in the lives of all people in this country. Because I think that in large part, the reason we had a person of African ancestry assaulted by other persons of African ancestry who are part of the constabulary, police officers, it's because there is little respect for black lives. Not as much respect for black lives. We say all lives matter. If we say that, then we've got to say black lives matter. You can't say all lives matter and not say black lives matter. They do. I do not believe that if that young man had been of European ancestry, what we would call an Anglo or white, whichever you prefer. I quite frankly don't like saying white. But if he had been an Anglo, a person of European ancestry, those officers wouldn't have behaved that way. They would not have disrespected his life to the extent that they disrespected that young man of African ancestry's life. We've got to respect black lives. If you say they matter, then you respect them. And for edification purposes, further edification, this is not the first time. And if anybody thinks it's the last, you're mistaken. I don't want it to be. I want it to be the last. I don't want it to ever occur again, but it can and likely will. Because we don't respect black lives to the same extent as many others, and we should. This will go a long way towards saying to the world, black lives are to be respected. I believe that black lives, when properly respected, will not be abused, as was the case with that young man. What they did to him is unthinkable. I would say unforgivable, but my religious teachings don't allow me to say that. I would say it. But we forgive according to my religiosity. We forgive. But I assure you, it's the kind of thing you never forget. I have memory for a reason, to remember so that I can shape the future. Black lives do matter, and I would like to think that we can pass this first thing on our list, on this conscious agenda, the inculcating of August 20th annually as Slavery Remembrance Day. I'm going to move on to the next item on the list. All of these items are important. Some would say are more important than the others, but they're all important. And by the way, there are many more things that will be added to this list. This is not exhaustive of the things that are our moral imperative for this conscious agenda. The second item that I have listed, third item actually, I've talked about the August 20th as Slavery Remembrance Day, and I've talked about awarding a Congressional Gold Medal to the enslaved. So now I'm going to talk about the third item, which is the name of Richard Russell, removing the name of Richard Russell from the Russell Senate Office Building. Richard Russell was a self-proclaimed white supremacist. I don't go in the Russell Senate office building. I think I respect myself enough not to go in the Russell Senate office building. Others do what they may. And I assure you, if that office building had on it a name associated with the Third Reich, lots of other people wouldn't go in too. We'd take that name off of that building. What Richard Russell did to people of color is not only sinful, it is such shameful, so shameful as to not reward him with placing his name on a building paid for with tax dollars, maintained with tax dollars, knowing that people of color of necessity have to go in and out of the building? Do you have no respect for us? Do you not care how we feel about things? Is it just another thing that we'll get around to when we feel like it? Can we not say when things that are harmful to us, our psyche, our well-being, can we not say when they should cease to exist? Do you have to always set the timetable for the people who suffer? What's wrong with the Senate? The United States Senate can change this. Take his name off. Richard Russell fought anti-lynching legislation. Richard Russell was the father of the Southern Manifesto. Man called himself a white supremacist. What is wrong with us? Why do we disrespect black people to this extent? The Senate ought to immediately take it up, but it won't. This is Black History Month. Be a great time to do it, but it won't. There are people hiding behind, well, who do we name it after? Who do we honor? What name do you put on it? I'm not asking you to put Nat Turner's name on it. I'm not asking you to put John Brown's name on it. I'm not asking you to put Dr. King's name on it, Rosa Parks' name on it, Harriet Tubman's. I'm not asking you to put any name on it other than the name it had before it became the Russell Senate Office Building. And that name was the old Senate Office Building. Revert to the name it had, and then take all of the time you desire, my dear brothers and sisters. Take as much time as God allows. Ad infinitum. Go beyond the end of time if you so desire. But Richard Russell's name won't be there ad infinitum. It won't be there beyond the end of time. We will have done more than the right thing. You can do the right thing. That would be a part of it. But we will do more than the right thing if we take his name off. We will have done the righteous thing. The righteous thing. His name ought not be there. Richard Russell, notorious bigot, notorious white supremacist. His name ought not be on that building, And at some point in time, some point along this infinite continuum that we call time, we are going to have to account for our time. And those of you who have it within your power to change these things, you're going to have to account for your time. At some point on the infinite continuum, you will account for it. You will account for holding in your hands the ability to make righteous change and deciding that you'll do it when you get good and ready and when it benefits you. You ought to be concerned about the people adversely impacted and how it will benefit them as opposed to how it will benefit you. Minister talked about the Good Samaritan today. The Good Samaritan didn't ask the question, what will happen to me if I cross over and I help this person who's been beset upon by thieves? That wasn't the question. The Good Samaritan wanted to know, what will happen to him if I don't do it? Senate of the United States of America, ask what will happen to the many people who have to suffer knowing that there's a racist name on a Senate office building that's paid for with their tax dollars. If the tables were turned and he insulted European Anglos to the same extent that he has insulted black people, his name wouldn't be there. They would have removed it long ago. It's time for the name to come off of the building. Let it revert to the old Senate office building. The fourth thing on the agenda, enacting the Securities and Exchange Atonement Act. Friends, our research has shown that financial institutions engaged in the slave trade, banks, many of the big banks now had predecessor institutions, banks, that literally, actually made loans to people and allowed those loans to be secured with enslaved people. Enslaved people treated like cattle called chattels. Enslaved people like a piece of property. Like you secure a loan now with a piece of property. They secured the loans with enslaved people. Made money doing it. Insurance companies, predecessor institutions, literally insured enslaved people just as you would insure cattle, a horse, a cow. They insured them, made money. They need to atone. They need to atone. Atonement has not been defined in the sense of do a specific thing. One institution has made an effort, but there has to be atonement. There has to be some sort of atonement for that. I assure you, if the tables were turned and if Anglos have been treated in the numbers and the same way, similar fashion to the way people of color were treated, Anglos would be demanding atonement. I assure you, it's not even debatable. You would. And by the way, I'd be there with you. I would stand with you because it would be the righteous thing to do. I would stand with you if the tables were turned on any of these issues because it would be the righteous thing to do. And I plan to proceed with this legislation. We will be filing it in this Congress. And finally, establishing the Department of Reconciliation. We've not reconciled in this country. And by the way, I'm of the opinion that there are many people who just don't care. They don't care. But there are many others who do. Who do. And those who care, people of goodwill, they know that we need to do more to reconcile. We need to cover this moral imperative. We have a Department of Education with undersecretaries of education, a Department of Labor, undersecretaries of labor, Department of Commerce. Why then can we not have a department of reconciliation? A Department of Reconciliation with a Secretary of Reconciliation and undersecretaries, structured such that it will deal with the moral imperatives. A Department of Reconciliation such that at the end of the day, when one president leaves office and another comes in, the work of the department continues. Just as the Department of Labor continues, the Department of Commerce continues. One president coming and leaving does not change the work of any of these departments. It's not going to be easy to complete the moral imperative, the conscious agenda. It's not going to be easy, but it's something that we must do. We're not going to change history. Those who desire to no longer teach what actually happened to people in this country. There are people in Texas now who would have slavery become involuntary relocation. That's true. Involuntary relocation. Kidnapping, involuntary relocation. Murder, rape, involuntary relocation, separating families at the auction block, involuntary relocation. No, you're not going to change history. You're not. There are people who want to, under some specious theory that the people who want to teach history are somehow wanting to harm the country by telling the truth. Now, we are a country that believes in truth. We preach truth in this country. Somewhere it's written, ye shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Truth, there's a certain amount of freedom associated with actualizing, realizing the truth. So we have to know the truth. You're not going to be able to hide it. But there are people who would say that by teaching truth, we're going to harm the country. What about the people who suffered and still suffer as a result of the truth not being told? People have to know what happened. Black History Month is not nearly enough time to explain what happened. We pick out certain things that happened, certain meaningful moments in time, but that's not Black history. Black history is more than the civil rights movement. It really is. It's more than the history of Africans in the Americas. Yes, black history is American history, but it's also world history. It's world history. Just as the history of others who are global, they have a global history too. I remember in my history book, there was an indication that the reason the nations or countries in Africa were not mentioned in world history was because they made little contribution to history. I had to grow up with that. Little contributions to history. Yeah. Friends, and I say friends, and I'm very sincere when I say it. I consider people friends who may not consider me a friend. But friends, or as Dr. King might say it, brothers and sisters, we must reconcile. We will not reconcile without some structured department, something that has no end in sight. The end would be when reconciliation is ultimately achieved. So we need this Department of Reconciliation. The country needs it. It will benefit us all. It will make the country a better place. But not everybody wants it. Not everybody wants to see the change in the status quo. I know this is a very difficult thing for many people to embrace. And I'm very much aware of what Voltaire called to our attention. And it impacts many people. He reminded us that it is dangerous to be right in affairs where established men are wrong. It's dangerous to be right. Many people, they understand that. And because they understand that, they avoid this. This is a righteous agenda. There is nothing on here that cannot be done and should not be done. Everything on here is a part of the righteous agenda. Nothing wrong with inculcating August 20th as Slavery Remembrance Day because of what happened to the slaves, just as we have a 9/11 remembrance, just as we have a Pearl Harbor remembrance, a Holocaust remembrance. By the way, all recognized by the Congress. That would be the House and the Senate. Congress as House and the Senate, not just the House. All recognized. But I do confess this, and I should have mentioned it earlier, but it's never too late to speak truth. The President of the United States has acknowledged August 20th, has acknowledged Slavery Remembrance Day. The Honorable Joe Biden. The House passed this resolution, by the way, many members are not aware of it. We did pass a resolution honoring August 20th. I don't know what the Senate will do, but I'm at a point where I just believe we need to go on and commemorate the day. Just commemorate the day. That nobody gets paid. I'm not asking, does anybody get paid? Nobody should be paid. This is a day of commemoration, not celebration. No celebrations. I don't want the stores to give discounts, Slavery Remembrance Day discounts. That's not what this is about. This is sacred. This is not secular. This is August the 20th. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it. The President has acknowledged, and if I just may say so, the President, in his efforts to acknowledge that Black Lives Matter and do so in a very positive way, the President appointed an African-American female to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Something that could have been done by many others, but never achieved. He did it. Now, if anybody thinks I'm going to forget that the President did something as significant as that. See, may not be important to other people, but to me it is. Probably one of the most important things that he has done. And I'll be eternally grateful, and there are a lot of other people who will be equally as grateful. So there's nothing wrong with this August 20th as Slavery Remembrance Day. Nothing wrong with giving a congressional gold medal to the enslaved people who built the country, laid the foundation for the economic success of the country. Nothing wrong with that. If we can do it for the Confederate soldiers, surely we can do it for the enslaved people born into slavery, lived as slaves, many of them, and died as slaves. Nothing wrong with removing the name of a self-proclaimed white supremacist from a building paid for with tax dollars. Nothing wrong with saying that these companies, mega companies, nothing wrong with saying that these mega companies who profited enormously from the slave trade, nothing wrong with saying they should atone. Good Christians understand atonement. People of goodwill understand atonement. All religions address atonement in some way. Nothing wrong with atonement. And wanting to reconcile, having a Department of Reconciliation. How does that hurt a country wherein we see circumstances necessitating reconciliation? Our moral imperative. Mr. Speaker, it's always an honor. It is a privilege to have this freedom of speech. Freedom of speech may be the hallmark of our democracy. We don't have to agree. That's what freedom of speech is all about. Freedom to say and not be persecuted for having said. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to speak without long, but I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. And I'm grateful. I love my country. I try to conclude by saying this. I love my country. I salute the flag. Yes, I say the Pledge of Allegiance. I sing the national anthem. I stand when I sing it. I place my hand on my heart when I sing it. I place my hand on my heart when I say the Pledge of Allegiance. But I also defend those who choose not to. That's the greatness of America. The greatness of America is not in my standing and saluting and singing. The greatness is in allowing those who choose not to. That's the greatness of the country. That we can accept those who would not do what others do. Those who would say, look, I'm not an automaton. I'm not going to march in lockstep. I choose to take a different path. I defend their right to do so. I do so because I love my country. God bless you, Mr. Speaker. God bless the United States of America. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Well, we don't intend to use the full 60 minutes, but the first 3 minutes, we're going to yield to the wonderful chairman of the Education Committee, all the way from North Carolina. Please allow 3 minutes to Virginia Fox.
I want to thank my great friend from Wisconsin who serves on the Education and Workforce Committee, and is a very, very valuable member of that committee as well as the Oversight Committee. Mr. Speaker, today the House rightfully condemned and denounced socialism in all forms and resolved to oppose socialist policies. As the Bible says in Proverbs 14, all hard work brings a profit, but mere talk leads only to poverty. Socialism is mere talk. Socialism is the idea that if you work hard, your neighbor will enjoy the fruits of your labor. Socialist regimes in just the last 100 years have impoverished, enslaved, starved, and even killed over 100 million people. This is a horrific cost borne by far, far too many. Socialism, no matter its form, will never have a place in our republic. I yield back.
Thank you. Well, I guess after hearing the last speaker, I should kind of readjust my remarks and comment about the importance of free speech and the current flight from free speech, which we have going on in the United States. We have here a little graph, which I view with a total alarm when my staff was able to come up with it. Of course, freedom of speech takes many forms in our society: the ability to write books, the ability to get on the radio, and now the ability to post things you want as an internet. I hope my good friend from Texas looks at this, he left the floor right now, and sees how precarious the right to free speech is in America today. We look here, and there's a question. The U.S. government should take steps to protect false info online, even if it limits freedom of information. Now, of course, we all can disagree about a lot of things. We can disagree on politics. We can disagree on elections. We can disagree on medical facts. You know, that's why if we have something wrong with us medically, we sometimes get a second opinion because one doctor thinks different than the other. Right now, and of course, we all know people, you know, should I take the shot? Should I not take the shot? Should I get a surgery? Should I not get a surgery? Should I get Remdesivir, not get Remdesivir? A lot of questions that are up in the air. There was a time when it could have been, had an effect on election if people found out that Hunter Biden took a lot of money from people in other countries who maybe had a underlying goal. The question is free speech what this country's about or not? With the Democrat Party, and this alarms me, because I was a Democrat until I was 20 years old, and I thought Democrats were out in front of free speech and the Republicans were the staid people. But we have a situation right now over the last few years in which 65% of the Democrats, a clear majority, almost 2-to-1, the U.S. government should take steps to restrict false info online, even if this restricts freedom of information. 65%, only 28% of Republicans do. Now, this graph shocks me. This weekend I'm going to be speaking to some Republicans back in the district, and I will tell you, I'm going to tell them how disappointed I am that 28% of the Republicans responding to the poll apparently don't want freedom of information. But I would hope my colleague from Texas goes back home and explodes at the people back home that 65% of the Democrats or people leaning Democrats want to restrict the free flow of information. Now, you could say they only want to prevent false things from being put out there, but of course, who determines what is false and who is true? You look at the next one, another sign of do you believe in free speech or not. Should tech companies take steps to restrict false info online, even if it limits freedom of information? And we all know things that some people agree with and some people don't agree with, and sometimes things we once thought were false turn out to be true. But here again, it scares me. You know, the Democrats, when I was a Democrat and 20 years old, I'll tell you, I wouldn't have thought this way. But the Democrat Party has changed a lot. 76% thinks tech companies should restrict false info, even if it limits freedom of information. Only 37% of the Republicans feel that way. that is a very scary thing. Scary for our country, and it comes down to what I think is the scariest thing of all, the way people think. It's not even things the government do, but it seems like, I don't know if they have bad schools out there or whatever, but the way people think is kind of scary. We know in Canada to the north of us, which we thought was kind of a country like America, right now they crack down on churches. Churches! If maybe they disagree with the party line on sexual behavior. We mentioned in the last election, things began to come out about Hunter Biden taking money from foreign outfits, presumably just being given money because the access he had to his dad. We better not let that out there online. We better not talk about that on TV. Oh my goodness, that might affect the way people think. So we have this restriction going on right now. Like I said, on the COVID stuff, I don't know the degree to which it's influenced by campaign contributions from companies like Pfizer. I don't know whether it is the pride of the public health establishment. But we are entering into an era in this country in which we are not going to be able to say certain things unless the American public realizes that the First Amendment is borderline absolute. And the fact that such a huge party, overwhelming majorities, have no problem with know-it-alls in the government restricting what you can find online. Very scary. I hope and pray that the American public wakes up on this dangerous trend. I know we're late here on Thursday. I hope my friend who just got done speaking weighs in here. But I will talk to Republicans this weekend, but I really hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle come down strongly with their rank and file that apparently is against free speech and tell them the importance of free speech. The next thing I'm going to address is the Ukraine. And again, I don't think the American public is, or the American press, the mainstream media, is asking the right questions on this vitally important topic. It would be better for Ukraine, it would be better for Russia, certainly their young people, and better for the stability of the world if a peace agreement was reached. But there are too many people in this capital who I don't think, for whatever reason, consider peace a priority. And among those people, I'll label the Biden administration. Eventually, this war is going to come to an end. All wars come to an end eventually. The only question, is the war going to come to end in 2023, 2024, 2027? As the war goes on, obviously more and more people die, more and more people are injured, more and more property is destroyed. You create hard feelings such that more and more people in both Ukraine and Russia will have anger towards each other for years and years in the future. Nevertheless, the Biden administration, I get when I talk to them, is not aggressively looking for a peace. Now, the United States has obviously weighed in very heavily on this war. It's hard for anybody to believe that we'd be an impartial broker. But I think there are countries like Turkey, like France, like Israel, that can be encouraged to step in and put an end to the war going on here. I've said before, war between any two countries, they should want to look for peace. But between these two countries, that's particularly so. It's not talked about enough. Ukraine has the second lowest birth rate in the world. I mean, if you have the second lowest birth rate in the world, you ought to be doing all you can to protect the few young people you have for the next generation. So among all countries, Ukraine especially should be saying, we want this war to end. Russia also has a very low birth rate. And if my district is any indication, I think a lot of the young Russians that are there are leaving Russia for other countries. I think in part because of the bad economy they have in Russia, and because we still, despite all our foibles, have a free market economy in the United States, much less a much more honest government. I have no problem finding Russians in my district. And about a year ago, over a year ago now, when I was in the San Diego sector on the southern border, during that 2 or 3 weeks I was down there just solely in the San Diego sector, the second most common nationality coming from Mexico were Russians. which means not only does Russia have a low birth rate, but they have a lot of their younger people with their children coming to the United States to get away from Russia. So we have two countries that their number one priority really ought to be making sure we have as young people as possible and make sure they have more children, or these two great cultures, Ukraine and Russia, are going to end. And instead, this war goes on. Like I said, for these two countries, it ought to be especially easy to find some sort of compromise, stop the killing, and it's especially important not only just to stop the killing right now, but we've got to remember Russia has hypersonic capability. They have nuclear weapons. Maybe you can say things will go on for years and years and they'll never use the weapons. I'm not sure that's true. There are obviously people in this chamber who hope that Vladimir Putin is going to be forced to set aside. There's no indication that his replacement will be more to our liking, and there's some indication that it'll be worse. So I hope the American press corps, the comatose press corps of the United States of America, spends more time asking all the principals in that war, are you for peace or not? Would you negotiate for peace or not, before any more people die? And I would hope people on all sides of the aisle would be in favor of that. There's another one, by the way, that's kind of funny. When I was a Democrat, before I was 20 years old, I thought the Republican Party was the party of war. But now it's kind of the other way around. You talk to these Democrats, and they have no desire to have this thing wrap up. I hope maybe the Democrats who were around when I was in high school can step forward and say, hey, wait a minute here. The Democrat Party used to be the party of peace, or at least they fancied themselves the party of peace. Maybe they never sincerely were. The next thing I'd like to talk about is in my district, I have a mosque of Ahmadiyya Muslims. And they believe things different than a lot of the mainstream Shiite, Sunni Muslims believe, but that's not the major reason I bring them up today. I bring up their plight worldwide as other Muslim groups are persecuting them and sometimes killing them. Recently in Burkina Faso, 9 men were murdered before the women and children there. They are frequently persecuted in Pakistan. There are probably about 15 million Ahmadiyya Muslims in the world. About 4 million of those are in Pakistan. Pakistan is not exactly the most forgiving, tolerant country in the world, and it's not surprised that Ahmadiyya Muslims are sometimes murdered there. But in any event, Algeria is another country in which we have mosques, and they are not treated that well. It's one of the wonderful traits of the United States that while we not only believe in free speech, or at least did until recently, particularly speech is protected when it's religious in nature. And it's important for all Americans to learn the lesson of what goes on in Algeria or Pakistan or Burkina Faso, that there are countries in which not only is religious speech suppressed, but people are killed for saying things that are disliked by other groups of people. And I wish my best for my friends who are Ahmadiyya Muslims, wish the best for the mosque that they currently have in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and hope the rest of the world is supportive of them in their plight. I've spoke many times from this platform about immigration, but I'm going to speak about it again today because I think it is even more important, if that's possible, than what's going on in the Ukraine. In the last month that we have information, we hit another all-time record in the number of people coming in the country. And I think whether it's because they don't care or whether it's because they're for unlimited people coming here, the American press has kind of fallen asleep on this topic more than they should have. A year ago, kind of the final month in December of 2020, the final month that we had a different administration, there were about 21,000 people came here. And that was a big deal. 21,000 people coming across the southern border who probably shouldn't be here. We're now at 238,000, the all-time high. 238,000 people coming across the border. I'll tell you, we ought, and digress, of that 238,000, 67,000 are gotaways. So our listeners are aware there are two groups of people when you hear about the number of people coming across the border. They're the people who check in with the Border Patrol. They look for the Border Patrol. We want asylum in the United States. They probably don't have a valid asylum claim, but once we let them in this country, they disappear into the country. There are other people called gotaways that don't check in with the Border Patrol. They are probably more dangerous because they're more likely to have drugs with them since they aren't turning themselves into the Border Patrol. They're more likely to have criminal records because we don't have an opportunity to do a background check on them, see whether they've committed crimes in the U.S., see whether they've committed crimes in Canada. The number of gotaways, more likely to have drugs with them, has dropped from 60, or it's gone up from 21,000 2 years ago to 67,000. Tripled. And what do we hear from the Biden administration? Nothing. There is another subgroup called unaccompanied minors. There was a time early on in the Trump administration when people were worried about families being separated, even though that they were trying to keep them separated for a minimum amount of time and only when people broke the law. We've now gone from 2,000 unaccompanied minors every month to 8,000 unaccompanied minors. Now, isn't that amazing? Minors are coming here without their parents' protection, without their parents knowing where they are. I mean, if our goal is to keep families together, isn't the first thing we ought to do if we find a child is spin them around and send them back to their country of origin rather than allow them to negotiate the trip from wherever, El Salvador or Brazil or wherever, to somewhere in the United States? I hope the American public, sometimes you got to look to find it on the internet because the mainstream media is not going to tell you. I hope they familiarize themselves with the growing number of people come here who are not adequately vetted. Now, I want to point out something else. When we talk about the number of people coming here who aren't vetted, the other side of that coin is once people come here and we found out we made a mistake, once we find out that they are perhaps committing crimes, how many of those people are we kicking out of the country? I mean, that should be fairly automatic, right? If we have people who aren't American citizens coming here and commit crimes, why, out they go. I mean, really, nobody should be let in here illegally. But if they commit crimes, wow. Well, what do we find? In the last year before the COVID, 267,000 Americans were deported. A fair number, close to that, were deported even under Barack Obama. But about 250,000 a year, illegal aliens were deported, primarily because they broke the law of some nature. What are we down in the most recent year, and this is well into the COVID, so it shouldn't have as big effect, we're down to about 72,000. So at the same time, the number of people coming here illegally has gone up by like a factor of 10. The number of people who are being deported has dropped by about 3/4. And there we're dealing with people who break the law. I was talking to a guy who was a U.S. attorney that I ran into, and he was stunned because he was a U.S. attorney at the time we changed administration. He was stunned at the new guidelines from the Biden administration, the degree to which people that in the past would have been deported. It's no big deal. So this must be a priority. The American public should wake up. I'm going to blame my Republican friends, too, for a little bit. In the last election, I think the Republicans should have spent more time talking about the illegal immigration, an area where there's such a stark difference between the parties, but for whatever reason, I don't think they talked about it enough. Now, there are so many reasons. I talked about people who are criminals coming here. I'm one more time going to talk about all the illegal drugs coming across the border. 108,000 Americans a year dying of illegal drugs, primarily fentanyl, almost all those coming across the southern border. Sometimes big numbers glaze over. The number of people who die of illegal drugs in this year, I'm old enough to remember the Vietnam War. Every year, the number of people who die of illegal drugs is twice the number of people who died in 12 years in Vietnam. Think about that. I'm old enough to remember the Vietnam War. I'm old enough to remember all the students protesting, oh, too many people are dying, too many people are dying, and too many people were dying. But now, of illegal drugs, twice as many people die every year as died in the 12 years of the Vietnam War. Those college students at University of Wisconsin at Madison, they ought to be marching up and down State Street and around the Bascom Hall protesting the 108,000 people who are dying and wondering what in the world their government is doing to prevent it. Now, I think a lot of it, you know, there's something wrong if you're taking a drug that is so powerful you could die. But in any event, 108,000 deaths is too much. I suggest all my colleagues, when they go back over the weekend, if they run into their district attorneys, if they run into their sheriffs, ask in each county how many people died last year of illegal drug overdoses. We are way over the number of people who die on car accidents and homicides combined. Way more. And if somebody dies in a car accident, it makes the paper. Somebody dies in a homicide, of course it makes the paper. But way more people dying every year of illegal drug overdoses. You don't read about that at all. So and to a certain extent, I blame these 100,000 deaths, not just on the politicians and particularly President Biden who do nothing, but on our comatose press corps who is not ringing the bell saying it's time to do something about this illegal immigration and time to do something about these illegal drugs. Now, my final little area that I'm going to address today, a bill I'm introducing called the Responsible Borrowing Act. One of the crises we have in this country is the huge amount of student loan debt that's out there. It's much worse than it used to be years ago. I guess a lot of the blame has to go on the universities who are selling college degrees or maybe admitting people who aren't going to get a college degree anyway. And they wind up with these huge student debts. If you plan on paying off your debt, maybe you delay having children, maybe you never have children, what a tragedy. Maybe you put off buying a house, or your student loan debt is so great that your credit rating is such you can't get a loan given that amount of student debt. I have what I would think is a minor bill, but I'm shocked that it's going to be considered controversial if we bring it to the floor. There was a time in this country, well into the 90s, I don't know if it was legal or they just weren't enforcing the law, in which if you were a student loan officer at a university and a student was taking out a student loan, that person was able to say, I think you're taking out too much of a loan. Maybe they'd say, I think you ought to get another job. Maybe they might say, you're living too high on the hog. You're spending too much money. You do not have to take out a $5,000 loan. You should make a go on a $2,000 loan. Maybe they can say, given the major you're getting, you cannot expect to make enough money to pay off this loan. Well, today, believe it or not, it's against the law for these loan counselors to say, or for these financial aid counselors to say, you ought not take out this loan. That's almost beyond belief. We began this little lecture by talking about free speech. Now we have a situation in which we bar loan counselors from saying you ought not take out too much of ought not take out a bigger loan. By the way, I think across the board, way too many Americans are in debt on a variety of things. But my bill will go back to the days in which financial aid administrators are able to tell students this is going to be too much of a loan. It may feel good to get that big check in your hand when you're 20 years old, but when you're 30 years old, that debt is not going to be so great. And if you would not spend so lavishly in Congress, or would get a better degree, or maybe delay going to college for a couple of years to make sure you are confident that you are going to complete a degree. This was brought to my attention from somebody who runs a university. They were appalled at it. They've been running these universities since the early 1990s, and they remember the good old days when they prevented students from taking out excessive loans by telling them what a dumb financial decision. The good old days are gone. Now, when supposedly we're concerned about excessive student loan debt, we tie the hands of the financial aid officers and tell them you cannot discourage people from taking out debt. At a minimum, shouldn't that bill just fly right through here? I bet it won't fly right through here because for whatever reason, too many of the universities don't like to rain on the students' parade and tell them, you know, maybe you shouldn't go out on so many Saturday nights, or maybe you should get another job bartending or waitressing or what have you. So some universities will fight this. But I encourage my colleagues to pass the Responsible Borrowing Act and go back to the days in which the colleges who care about their students, and there's some colleges who aren't going to take advantage of this. They don't care about their students' financial health at all once they leave. Sad to see, but I've come across it. But at least we want to give the responsible colleges the right to tell their students, hey, wait a minute, you don't have to take out any more debt. Now, I'd like to thank you for listening to this a little bit. I hope you all learned a little bit about Ahmadiyya Muslims. I think you learned a little bit more about the huge volume of people crossing the southern border. I think you learned a little bit more about the huge number of people in our country, and particularly Democrats. I can't believe I was once a Democrat, who want to restrict free speech, and we have to be on the lookout for that and educate our young ones. And we learned a little bit about the Responsible Borrowing Act and how it's high time we let universities tell their students we don't have to take out any more. And we also learned a little bit our government is not working for peace in Ukraine. So, now that you heard that, I yield back.
Does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Well, I think they've had enough today. I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday next for morning hour debate.